Just setting up the live stream, won't be long. Okay, so we are going to do a long flight today, so I won't be present for all of it, but I'll certainly be here for takeoff and climb out and descent and arrival. Sorry, but yeah, it's a long flight. So you can see here's a Simbrief flight plan. We're going to fly right the way across Canada, from Halifax over to Vancouver. So I'm anticipating probably about 5 hours. So we'll see how we get on. I'm tempted not to speed the sim up because this is really a long-range test to see if the simulator survives a long flight. Okay, so after we get up to cruising altitude, we'll just see how we get on actually. So yeah, it should be good fun. So I'm going to use say intentions just to give us something to do during the departure and climb out. So first things first, let's go and make sure that's all looking okay. So I've put the identity of the aircraft in. It knows we're at Halifax. It's all up and running. So we're going to go and tune the clearance frequency. We're not going to use it just yet, but let's go and jump inside the aeroplane. And let's go and check volumes as well before we get going, because it's always the worst, isn't it, when you think you're doing fine in the simulator and then you go and listen back and actually you realise the volumes are all over the place. So first things first, in the aeroplane we're going to go shift and 4 and look overhead and turn the batteries on. So bat 1, emergency batteries, and bat 2, and we'll wait for everything to happen. Okay, that's all happened. And external 1 can go to on because it's available, so we now have external power to the aircraft. Strobes can go to auto, or the middle setting, which they already are at. Nav and logo can go to auto or the middle, and it already is. So APU section, the master switch goes on, and then we start the APU. Oxygen for the crew can come on. The emergency exit lights can go to armed. The no smoking and the seatbelt signs can go to auto. Oops. And the mobile phone switch as well. And then we can set the ADIAs to navigation mode. So then back down in the cockpit, we're going to drop down the... yeah, let's go and double check. So I've updated the A350 a couple of times, so let's go and just have a look in options and third party. Yeah, it's remembered my Simbrief identity, which is good. But it hasn't got its Navigraph connection anymore, so let's go and refresh that. So I'm just going to take a picture with my mobile phone of my own screen, which will give me the login to Navigraph, and I will sign in with Google and approve the request to allow Navigraph, and there we go. So it's saying my navigation data is out of the date, so I will go and update the navigation data inside the airplane. You can do this as long as the engines are not running. So that's worked. Okay, Navigraph nav data is updated. Excellent. So it says switching nav data and updating nav data will clear FMS data and can only be performed without the engines running on the ground, which is the situation we find ourselves in, which is perfect. Okay, so go to the Flight Ops menu at the top and do a Simbrief import, and that will pull our flight in from Halifax to Vancouver. Go to the load sheet page, so we're going to import Simbrief into here as well, which will tell us what's going on with the aeroplane. That's interesting. Why has this not come through? So if we set 0 fuel weight, There we go. And then set fuel. So that's filled the airplane up with fuel and passengers. And then on the takeoff performance page, we can sync with Simbrief to go and fetch the departure information. We can synchronize the weather, and then we can compute the numbers, and we can send that to the FMS. Okay. So then we're going to go Shift and 5 to come over to the MCDU. Select Clear Info to clear any messages, so we don't have any by the look of it. So we can close that. We're going to press the Init button. We're going to do a company flight plan request, which will pull the information in from Simbrief. So just wait for a second for it to happen. So it's received a company flight plan, we can insert that into the aircraft and it fills everything up. Just check. I can't actually hear myself. I don't know if that's a... oh, I can now. I just had everything very quiet in my headphones. Okay, so that's loaded the data in. We can do a company wind request as well. I think it does it anyway when you do the flight plan request, so that's not really a problem. So we can clear out the message there. And we can go and check that we've actually got the flight plan. So if we go and look in the flight plan page, there we go. There's our flight plan across the... it actually dips down across the states. It doesn't go across, it doesn't stay in Canadian airspace, which is interesting. So we're going to go in it, and we're going to set the departure up, and we need to go and refer to our flight plan to see that. So we're going direct to Kelno. We're taking off runway 32. Okay, so we have a look at that on the chart in Navigraph just to see it. So that's interesting, look. So it really is a straight out departure. Straight to Kelno. So we have runway 32, which is quite a short runway for an A350. We have no SID. So we're going to go and insert that straight into the flight plan. You can see that introduces a discontinuity straight away. So we can go and remove that. And insert the change into the flight plan. And then we can go back to the init page. And actually, while we're doing it, should we go back to flight plan? If we go and select Vancouver, we can say how we're going to arrive there as well. So, let's go and have a look at the Simbrief flight plan. We're coming in on the Canuck 5 standard terminal arrival route and then ILS 08 right. So 08 right, ILS for 08 right, and the Canuck 5 standard terminal arrival route. So we'll go and insert that into the flight plan. And then let's just step down through the plan to have a look at it. So there's a discontinuity here, and I can tell you exactly where it will be, yeah. Between bubble and manual, oh, not manual, sorry, VIN-low. So if we go and have a look at what that actually means, if we go and look at Canuck 5, look over here, there's VIN-low. So you continue out until you're given vectors basically, and there's bubble. So we will remove that for the moment. We could pretend we're going to shortcut it. So let's delete it for the moment. But when we actually get there in the flight, we know that we'll continue on at VIN-low and not go straight for bubble, unless we have no control at that point, in which case we'll just turn left and do the landing. In the real world, you wait for vectors. Okay, so we need to go and do the performance data. So we've done the departure, we've done nav aids, fuel and load. Here we go. So 0 fuel weight comes across from the load sheet page. the ZFW number is there, 1.96 ton. Sorry, 196.6 tons. Okay. So we click the focus in here, and we use the numbers down here. 196.6. Enter. Then it's immediately going to go for 0 fuel weight center of gravity. 30.64. So put the focus in here, and 30.64. Enter. And then we want the block fuel. So, looking down over here, fuel load 43.4. Enter. And then number of passengers on board, which is 369, which is a bit odd because that's higher than the number you should have. Okay, so we've put all the numbers in, and we can return. So then we can do takeoff performance, and we can confirm the speeds directly from, that's when we sent the data across from the takeoff calculator earlier. And we can do a company request as well. I still haven't read up on what this does differently than if you did it all yourself, so I'm presuming it will go and populate the rest. So waiting for insertion, so received takeoff, insert it, and we can clear that information. And we're pretty much there. So I'm just going to check on my checklist. We've done the performance data, we've done the arrival, yeah, so we're done. So shift 3, if we want to, you could go and do a gross flight plan check. So this starts out, that's interesting that they're defaulting this to nav mode now. So if you go to the flight plan page, as you move through the flight plan, or not, interesting, let's go and have a look. Oh, it's not, it needs to be on plan mode, doesn't it? Sorry. There we go. So then we can skip through the flight plan and see it all the way through, and it's looking fine. If we increase the zoom, also, yeah, or decrease the zoom I should say, then you get to see it in a bit more detail. Just going backwards through it, there we go. So having done that, we've got the flight plan in, and we can go back to arc mode, which is our normal mode for flight, and bring the range back down to 10 miles. Be fine. Now, because we've got Navigraph up and running, we should be able to go to zoom mode, and it will load ARPT map loading. Here we go. So it's loaded it. I think it gets it from Navigraph. So you get a view of the airport. I'm not sure if you can zoom any further than that. That seems a bit odd that it's so far zoomed out. Yeah, interesting. Anyway, let's go and put this back on 10-mile range. So shift and 3, we're going to go and configure the radios as required. So I don't think we actually need to do much with them for our purposes today. So shift and space, set QNH for the altimeters. So we're going to press comma. You can see the QNH moving. Go back to the center column, or what used to be called the FGCP. I'm not sure what it's called on the A350. We're going to set the initial climb altitude, so we're going to go and have a look at our the departure is straight. It's a direct straight out departure, isn't it? So we don't need to worry. So we're literally going to go and put in our cruise altitude then, which will be 36,000 feet. So done that. Set the initial auto throttle mode and speed. So everything can be run by the aeroplane, we don't really mind. We'll put the constraints on here. So it's just got a minimum altitude constraint there. I just want to check something before we go and start the engines, what the throttle throws are like. Oh, okay, so I appear to have no throttles. Let's turn my throttle quadrant on. This is why we check things. So that's working. That's working. And yeah, all of the detents are working. Good. Okay, so we're getting closer to going for engine start. So seatbelts on. External power can come off because obviously the APU is up and running by now. And that's interesting. Have I not got the APU switch off in here? Oh, of course, I'll still need it for engine start, won't I? Okay, so external power is off, so then we can come down to this screen down here, go to the ground page and remove the chocks and the GPU away from the aeroplane. And I'm going to start talking to say intentions at this point. So we will be talking to clearance. So if we remember, if we're going to look at say intentions, we're going to go to clearance frequency for Halifax, and we're going to be telling them, actually we want 80s first, don't we? We want to find out what weather we're going to be referencing. So is the 80s frequency going to tell us anything? Normally it would come up with text, wouldn't it? Or we'd even hear it. What's going on? Let's go and have a look at the weather in Navigraph for a change. Because I can do this in, you can do this in LittleNavMap or in Navigraph. We're going to have a look in here. So it doesn't tell you what letter. Let's go and ask clearance for it. They'll give us it. Halifax clearance, virtual 073 requesting weather. Maybe they won't. Or maybe that frequency is wrong. Maybe that... Oh, of course I was on ATIS, wasn't I? I'm being an idiot, sorry. Halifax clearance, virtual 073, requesting META. Ah, so somebody's saying if we zoom and it shows, obviously it's going to show us the airport, can we continue to zoom? Oh, we can. I didn't realise that. That's good to know. Can we drag this around though? No. That's really handy. We're going to be going to runway 32. Look, it's actually marked, which is really useful as well. So let's go and do that. So we need to do an about turn at some point. We didn't get a callback from ATC, did we? It's saying unknown. Oh, the comm radios are off. That's why. I didn't turn them on. remember earlier, and I said I don't think we're going to need to worry about this just yet. So if we go and turn on the interesting. Let's go and try that again. We've turned on VHF and we'll go to clearance. Alright, let's do a ground.
Halifax clearance. Good evening, Air Canada.
Yes,
611 information golf. Looking for IFR clearance to Toronto.
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
That should mean ATIS is working now as well. Yes, it's working. So we're looking for Mike.
Contact, you have information, Mike.
Halifax clearance, virtual 073 with you with information, Mike.
I'll grab that clearance. Give me just a minute.
Okay, we just wait for them. We're going to have to go and do the transponder in a moment as well, aren't we? Let's get these levers out of the way. So it's on the serve page,
Virtual
isn't it?
073, information Mike is current. Clear to Vancouver. After departure, fly radar vectors to Kelno, then as filed. Departure runway 32. Initial climb to 4,000. Departure on 118.7, squawk 5663.
He was in a bit of a state, wasn't he? Cleared to Vancouver. After departure, fly radar vectors to Kelno, then as filed. Departure runway 32. Initial climb 4,000. Departure on 118.7, squawk 5663. Virtual 073.
Virtual 073, read back correct. Contact ground on 121.9er.
Contact ground 121.9er, virtual 073. So we'll leave the TCAS on standby for the moment. Okay. So we've removed the GPU and the chocks. We can get on with the pushback. That's interesting that they gave us clearance immediately. Usually they'd say pass message. So maybe this has been changed slightly by say intentions on the back end, which is good to know. So we want to go and contact ground because we've done everything else. Halifax ground, virtual 073, requesting pushback and start.
Virtual 073, you are on the clearance frequency. Please contact Halifax ground on 121.9er for pushback and start clearance.
I thought I clicked it. Let's go and double check that in the airplane. 1, 2. Okay, what's going on with that? That should change COM 1 to 121. It's working now. Okay, so maybe that didn't. Maybe it's a bug. That's interesting. Okay. Halifax ground, virtual 073, requesting pushback and start.
Virtual 073, pushback and start approved, face south.
Pushback approved, face south, virtual 073. So, if we go and look on the map, they want us to put the tail to the right. Okay.
Air Canada 868, contact tower on 118.4.
So, we can do it in here, look.
Ground
So
Air Canada
we want
860,
to
heavy,
go
hold short runway
pushback to
32.
the right.
118.4, Air Canada 868.
So I'm going to come off the parking brake. And hopefully this will start pushing us back, and then we'll do engine start after we've done the pushback. We're not in a hurry. So we need to face south. So in other words, turn the aeroplane through about 100 degrees here. So where's the actual runway? We're going to 3-2, aren't we? So there's 3-2 would be directly behind us over there, I guess. So we're going to cross over on HS1 and then go down there. So I wonder if this pushback will automatically stop. I don't think it will, you know, because we're doing it in here. We'd have to say stop. So I'll put the parking brake back on now, and then the truck should release us, and we'll go and get the engine started and then get on our way. So I'm just waiting for the truck to let go. There it goes. Okay, so back overhead, we're going to go and put the beacon light on. It was already on. Fuel pumps go to on. APU bleed goes to on. And then we're going to go and look at starting the engines. So I'm going to use the controls for this, so you won't see me using the mouse. I'm going to rotate the switch here to ignition. And then engine start switch number 2 to on, and you will see N3 is coming up. It's fully automatic in the Airbus. I'm not sure if we can start both at the same time in the A350. Probably not, because it's using air pressure. But I know on the electric aeroplanes with electric starters like the E-jets, you can start both at the same time. Doesn't have a problem with it. So we're just basically waiting for the light to go out on N3, and then we can start the other engine. Just give it a moment. Kick off about now. There it goes. So engine number 2 is available, and we start engine number 1. So wait for the engine to come up, and then we'll go and turn the ignition system back to off, or to norm I should say. Then we can go and turn the APU off after that. It's a bit of a waiting game at the moment. In the real world they do this during the pushback, because there's obviously 2 people and they're not having to try and control a simulator as well as an aeroplane. But there we go. So we've got the cabin ready messages just come through on the eCam screen. Shall we look outside? Okay, that engine's ready as well, so we can go and put ignition to norm, and then back overhead. APU bleed can come off. The APU master switch can come off. And we can prepare to taxi. So we're going to go, before we go and get involved in taxiing, we'll go and put the automatic brakes on. We'll get the flaps to their takeoff position, so it needs to agree with the performance calculations we did earlier. So we're going to look into takeoff performance. What have we got? Flaps 1. Okay, so do flaps to 1. We can watch that happening on the screens. We've got the indicator over here, look, as they travel. And you've got ground spoilers need arming, so anything that's blue on the screen is something you haven't done yet. And a takeoff config test. So what we're going to do, the button's here for it. So you should see that go green when we press it. So we're going to go and press it. And it says normal, which is exactly what we want. So TCAS on standby at the moment. So while we are taxiing, we'll go and put TCAS on TA only. And it's saying destination EFOB has gone red, which probably means, as far as the aeroplane is concerned, it doesn't think we have enough fuel. So what we can do to combat that, if we go into fuel and load, min fuel at dest, I'm going to change it to 1. I know this is highly improper, but it will make the, or it should, oh, we haven't actually done it, 1. But do we have to do it on this side of the cockpit? That's a bit odd. 1, enter. And the red warning's gone away. Okay, so it's just borderline on the fuel. Probably find out we'll have a tailwind all the way and it'll be absolutely fine with it, but that'll shut it up for now. So, off the parking brake, and we start rolling. So, if you remember looking at the plan, we want to go across Delta. Oh, we haven't got clearance for taxiing yet. Let's go and do that before we actually start moving. We're just rotating the plane, nobody worry. Halifax ground, Virtual 073, requesting a taxi to runway 32.
Virtual 073, taxi to runway 32 via Alpha Delta, cross runway 23, then Kilo. Contact tower on 118.4. When ready for departure.
Taxi to runway 32 via Alpha Delta, cross runway 23, then Kilo. Contact tower on 118.4 when ready for departure. Virtual 073. So they've told us to cross the runway, but I'm going to hold short and then ask for permission and see what they say. Halifax ground, Virtual 073, requesting permission to cross runway to the Kilo taxiway.
Virtual 073, cross runway 23 to Kilo taxiway approved.
Copy that, Virtual 073. So we taxi down. We've done the takeoff checks. We ought to have the taxi lights on while we're taxiing, I guess. Let's have a look outside, see what they look like. It's just this light here, really. It's a great looking aeroplane, isn't it? It's huge. We're going to need every bit of runway because of the wind. We're taking off on a slightly short runway compared to what we might normally see. Let's have a look on LittleNavMap shows us the live wind. Yeah, look, I know it's gusting, but it's 25 knots straight down the runway at us, look, which is why we're going for this shorter runway. So we'll hold short and then we'll go to tower and they'll give us permissions in a moment. Well, hopefully they will.
Virtual 073, contact tower on 118.4, take care.
Contacting tower 118.4, virtual 073, good day. Halifax tower, virtual 073, holding short runway 32.
Virtual 73 heavy, Halifax tower, runway 32, winds 305 at 20, gusting 26, cleared for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff immediately. Brilliant. Copy weather, cleared for takeoff, runway 32, virtual 073. Lights on, nose light go to takeoff, strobes on. Going to try and get as much runway as we can. Turn a little bit wrong. We're losing a little bit of runway here, which is not great. It should be fine. Okay, let's go and see what we need to check around the cockpit. We've done the flaps, we've done the nose lights, we've done the transponder needs to go on now, doesn't it? We've already done that. Okay, transponder's on, TA only, which is good for takeoff. We'll switch to TAR8 when we're in the air. So parking brakes ready, landing lights are on, strobes are on, nose lights are on. Okay, we're ready. We've been given takeoff clearance, so we're off to the races. So takeoff, toga is commanded. So watching the indicated airspeed ribbon.
V1.
Cool, that wind really is vicious. So gear up. Climbed a tent on the
Virtual 073, contact departure on 118.7.
Contacting departure 118.7, virtual 073. Virtual 073 with you, climbing from runway 32. Disarm the ground spoilers now. Did that radio button not work again? Well, 118.7, let's try it up here. I wonder if it's a bug. Yeah, it didn't light up, did it? Halifax departure, virtual 073, departing runway 32.
Virtual 73 heavy, Halifax departure radar contact, cleared direct, Kelno, climb flight level 210.
Climbing flight level 210, virtual 073. So we've only been given clearance up to 21,000 feet so far. So we'll
WestJet X-ray 75, Halifax departure, radar contact. Cleared direct to Kelno. Climb flight level 210.
Clear direct to Calno, climbing to flight level 210, WestJet X75.
No. Why is he not rendering
WestJet X-ray 75, climb flight level 260.
Oh, the zoom. Of course.
WestJet X75.
Slight panic there. I should have done that when I was on the runway. It's on my checklist to go and check these sort of things, and I hadn't. So it's on me. Yeah, so Drulio came up with the same comment on the live stream that, occurred to him the same moment it did to me that I hadn't zoomed out. So we're going out towards Kelno. So what's is it 18,000 feet for the transition level? I imagine it is. It doesn't actually tell us here, does it? What's the transition altitude, this part of the world? Let's go and have a look. We could always ask the mentor, I guess. Should we do it? What's the transition altitude in this part of the world?
In Canada, the transition altitude is typically 18,000. Above this altitude, you should be using flight levels instead of altitudes. It's important to be aware of this for your altitude reporting and ATC communications.
This is really good on the 350, isn't it? You get this display.
Virtual 073, climb flight level 270.
Climbing flight level 270, virtual 073. Everything looks good. Looks okay so far. Famous last words, of course. Shall we see if some of these lovely features in here work these days? So, en route charts. Hurrah! That's been fixed. It doesn't show you the plan on it. That's a shame. We always want something more than it does, don't we? So we are leaving Halifax behind. So we are doing the commanded climb out at the moment with using the FMC to do everything. And it's only climbing at 1,000 feet a minute, look. We could do an open climb, but that's going to affect the fuel planning. So we come through 10,000 feet, by the way, so the landing lights can come off. The nose lights should already have been off. Constraint button can come off now.
Cessna 6 Oscar Zulu, contact Halifax Tower on 118.4.
Roger, 118.4, Cessna 6 Oscar Zulu.
So I imagine they'll hand us off to centre.
Virtual 073, climb flight level 300.
Climbing flight level 300, virtual 073. Yeah, it's climbing at 18,000 feet now, look. Sorry, 1,800 a minute. I mean, sorry, what am I talking about? It's been one of those days. So while Doe is asking what controls I use, it's the Thrustmaster Airbus Captain's Pack, I think it's called. So if we go and have a look, I'll just pop open the browser window over here, and if we type in Thrustmaster Airbus Captain Pack, there it is, that's what I've got. The one with 2 sticks, the spoilers, the flaps, it's got the engine switches, so it's very good. You do end up having to configure it all the time for different aeroplanes, but it does the job. Obviously you can shop around to get the best price. So, it's probably worth me noting to everybody, I have been approached by one of the big flight sim hardware vendors to become an affiliate with them, basically. I don't know if to do it or not. So I will be able to offer you products at very good prices, where obviously I make a small percentage off the back of it. But
Virtual 073, climb flight level 340.
climbing flight level 340, Virtual 073. Yeah, so I don't know, because it would seem a bit disingenuous to go and, tell people, oh, go and buy it from here, when I'm getting a percentage. Because it's not, I don't know. Maybe I'm overly worrying about things. But for example, let's go and have a look at them. So I think it's called, I'll just look up the name of it while we're flying, so I get the right name.
Virtual 073, contact Moncton Center on 133.905.
Oh, I need to go back to who are we talking to then? Departure. Contacting Moncton Center 133.905 at Virtual 073. Good day. Moncton Center Virtual 073 with you climbing to flight level 340.
Good afternoon.
Quite a faint message. So we've gone through 18,000 feet, we've just changed over to standard barometric pressure.
Moncton Center, Victor 1, Papa Romeo, Vision 50, 5,500 feet.
So I'm being asked in the live stream, do I think rudder pedals are necessary?
1 Papa Hotel Romeo, Moncton Center, good evening. QNH 2991.
So do I think rudder pedals are necessary? I don't have rudder pedals.
QNH 2991, Roger.
The Thrustmaster Airbus stick, the twist on
Papa
it is
Hotel
very
Romeo,
accurate.
contact Moncton Center on 135.2.
But I do keep thinking about buying some rudder pedals. I'd have to change my seat though, because at the moment I've got an office chair which pivots, and with rudder pedals that would not work, because you kick one foot and you'd rotate yourself. Yeah, so I'd have to go and change my chair, which would be a bit of a side
Virtual
set.
73, Moncton Center, climb flight level 360.
Climbing flight level 360, Virtual 073. So we are connected then to Moncton Center. Let's go and have a look at the sectors on LittleNavMap. You see us departing here, and if we pop the sensors on, and if we click here, Moncton airspace, must be this one, and then this is Boston. And then we'll be into Montreal airspace. Montreal. Toronto airspace. Minneapolis airspace. then Salt Lake City, then Edmonton airspace. I presume it's somewhere, yeah, we'll get to Vancouver then when we get just over here. Okay, so we'll be handed off several times, but we can predict when it's going to be. So we're in Moncton airspace at the moment. I don't think we'll have any more further dealings with them until we leave their airspace, because we've already been commanded to climb to cruise altitude. Unless they give us a different cruise altitude for whatever reason. So, yeah, there's a really good comment here that using a rudder twist on the joystick feels a bit like tapping your head and rubbing your tummy. It is a practice thing, totally. When I switch to the Airbus controls, the joystick's in your left hand. And that's how it is in the Airbus. So, yeah, joystick left hand, quadrant right hand. And when I first did it, it was alien to me because I started off with a T-Flight joystick and throttle, which is the best budget one around, really. And the T-Flight though is the other way around. The throttle's on the left, the joystick's on the right, which matches most fighter jets, or certainly matches the F-16, where the joystick is on the right hand side of the cockpit. I think the Navy jets tend to have the joystick in between the pilot's legs. But yeah, it was an interesting one, but now I've become so... I don't even think about it. I can fly with either hand, and it literally is practice and muscle memory. So, does this... I think this does show the sectors then, so we can see we're flying out. This will be the next sector line. Very good. So let's have a look and see if it shows that. I've never really played around with showing the sectors on Navigraph. So let's turn off that.
8,000 feet.
Let's turn...
Cessna 16 Oscar Zulu, Moncton Center, Roger, QNH 2971.
Okay, so it's showing high altitude IFR, which is also showing the transatlantic vectors. But yeah, we have got the sectors here though, look. There's Moncton. Then we've got, where did we say this one was? Does it say on the border? In Boston. It's a shame it doesn't show it at that zoom level, isn't it? So we won't get any further communication, I wouldn't have thought, until we get to the border between Moncton and Boston centres. And then we'll get a handoff. We've got a little while before that happens. Very good. It's a shame. Can we get... I guess it's being realistic, isn't it? It's not going to give you Navigraph on here. Because you've got your airfield charts. So, for example, we could pull up the taxi chart for... You can pin them, which is quite useful. What were the approaches? Obviously they're pinned down here. The Canuck 5, wasn't it? So can we not search them? Where's Canuck 5? There it is. But that's the approach. Oh, no, it's the star chart, yeah, for Canuck 5. And it's zoomed in. Wow, colour charts. Whatever next. So that's the way we're coming in. And then we do a U-turn to come into the airfield at Vancouver. So we fly out this way. There's two holds either side of the approach routes. Very good. Okay, we'll leave that on there. So will it remember that? Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, and one other thing. When we go to that, can we show the aeroplane position? I don't know if we can. No. You wouldn't expect it to in the real world. But I'm not anticipating getting there until much later, probably 11 o'clock this evening, my time. So many hours from now. Coming up to 29,000 feet in a moment. climbing out to cruise. We've got a slight headwind. There's a 37 knot crosswind going on at the moment. So let's increase the range on the navigation display and see the next few waypoints. So we should be reaching top of climb in about 40 miles. Once we get there, I'm going to go make a coffee. So the last instruction we repeated back to Moncton Centre was that we were climbing to flight level 360, which is 36,000 feet. How are the volume levels? Let's go and check. Oh, it's quite noisy in the aeroplane, isn't it? I'll turn the aeroplane down a bit now. Then I don't have to shout.
Moncton Center, Alpha Uniform X-ray, roger. We have the airport visual at this time. We'd like to cancel IFR and we'll call the closest flight plan on the ground. Alpha Uniform X-ray out.
Alpha Uniform X-ray, roger. Radar services terminated. Squawk VFR. Frequency change approved.
That's very good, isn't it? Say Intentions is absolutely mind-blowingly good. So I've put a link in the notes of the video about Say Intentions. If you wanted to try it out, you can get a 24-hour free trial from them, and you can go and play with it to your heart's content. The huge thing that's launching from Say Intentions at the moment is Skynet, which allows you to inject aircraft. So if you've got a group of friends flying with maybe Flight Simulator 2020 and 24, if you're using Say Intentions, you can use Skynet to see each other. So you can ignore the multiplayer built into Flight Simulator and use Skynet instead to do a multi-simulator session. As far as I understand, Say Intentions are also looking at deploying Skynet for X-Plane and P3D as well. So people using the older simulators will be able to fly with people using the newer simulators. Okay, so we can see on the map exactly where we are, which is quite useful. Let's see if we zoom out a bit. Yeah, that gives us the sectors really nicely, doesn't it? At that zoom level we get the place names as well, because my geography is so hopeless. That's useful to me to know where we are. So obviously crossing New Brunswick. We took off from Halifax a little while ago. Is there still a sticky note program in... yeah, so what we can do... I have to remember how to do this now. I'm going to have to go and nip into here to go to my own flight on YouTube to see this code for you. So, because I want to show you, if I go to my own channel and go and look in here, this is going to be slightly unnerving, isn't it? This is going to be slightly unnerving, isn't it? Can I show the? Oh, where's the description? Here it is. So copy that link address. There we go, and I can put it in here. Oh, maybe we won't be doing that because the URL is about 3 miles long. But anyway, I will leave this up because I am going to go and have a drink in a moment. So task, no, that's the wrong link. Toolbar settings. If I go for taskbar behaviors and automatically hide it, then it won't show the taskbar when this is on the screen, which will be quite useful to us. Does this have a stay on top option as well? I don't think it does it? So if I go in... No.
United 277 on flight level 3990.
United 277, Moncton Center identified. Good evening.
There we go. Can I make this any smaller? Probably not. Oh, I can. Perfect. So I can leave that in the bottom corner if I want to leave a message up on the screen while I'm not here. In fact, it probably would be better to put it up there where people can see it, wouldn't it? For the moment, I'm going to hang around with you because I want to see what happens when we cross into the next sector. I imagine we're going to get handed off to the next controller. So just about now, I imagine the cabin crew are working their way down, giving everybody their complimentary drinks and sandwiches or whatever it is. Small plastic glasses of wine and fizzy drinks or whatever it is they're having. So we are on standard barometric pressure. I'm just being paranoid now, looking around all the systems to make sure everything's okay. Because this has got full ECAM systems as well, which is quite cool. If we return out of that, we can come down here. Let's go and put this on the flight plan page on this side. And then over here we can go and press these various buttons to see the status of things around the airplane. If we turn it off, it shows the summary screen with lots of information. So that's showing flight duration in minutes, which is quite cool. So yeah, the time within the simulator is showing 18:53. I wouldn't imagine we're going to be landing much before about 22:30, 2300. It's going to be a long flight. You can accelerate it in the simulator, but half the reason I'm doing this, I want to do a long flight to see if the simulator holds up. So this is me building towards maybe doing some transatlantic flights. So we have got head tracking, it works nicely. So I'm expecting a handoff any moment. Let's see how accurately it does it. So we should get handoff to Boston.
Air Canada 607. Contact Moncton Center on 124.3.
Contacting Moncton Center 124.3, Air Canada 607.
So get ready, it's going to appear. It's famous last words, of course. I've no idea how much margin they give it before they decide to hand you over or not. There we go. Contacting Boston Center 128.05 virtual 073. Good day. Boston Center virtual 073 with you at flight level 360. So it was very quiet, but they did say hello. So we're flying across Maine at the moment, and we'll get another handoff when we get to the other side of Maine's airspace. So I'm going to leave us flying along like this for a moment. I'm going to go make a coffee. See you in a bit. Oh, actually, why are the lights not working? Or is it just because it's a bright day? Maybe they are working. It's just too bright to see them, isn't it? We're just going to have a quick look. Strobes are on, beacons on, nav's on. Yeah, so it's all working. Seatbelt can go to... Oh, it's on auto, but we can take seatbelts off now. And leave the rest on auto. So I'll leave that with a nice view and leave this message up in the corner for anybody that wanders in. Okay, I'm going to go and make a drink. This is going to be a long flight, so I'm not going to be present for all of it. I'll turn the microphone off for a bit. It's interesting. So they're still asking me to contact Boston Center. Boston Center, virtual 073 with you at flight level 360.
Virtual 073 Heavy, roger. Maintain flight level 360.
That's gone wrong, hasn't it? That's giving me... It hasn't changed over here. Oh well. So 134,950. We're talking... Oh, okay. 134,950. So it hasn't changed the frequency again.
Contact Boston Center on 128.05.
I had to right-click on it. Okay, there's a bug in it. Boston Center, virtual 073 with you, flight level 360. We're about to leave Boston airspace again, which is quite funny, but there you go.
Virtual 73 Heavy, Boston Center, good afternoon.
Yeah, it's working now, look. Okay. Yeah, so there's a bug in Say Intentions by the look of it at the moment in their interface, where if you click in the conversations it doesn't change frequencies. If you use the left mouse button, if you use the right mouse button it seems to. Maybe they've done that by design and it's just I'm used to the way it used to work. So it should get handed over in a moment. If we go and remind ourselves and look at LittleNavMap, we will be passing into the Montreal airspace. We can probably see that as well on Navigraph.
Embraer 34 Tango, climb and maintain flight level 380.
Yeah, it's about to happen, look.
Flight level 380, Embraer 34 Tango.
We'll try this one this time. We'll do it manually rather than using the Say Intentions interface. If they ever hand us over. Any moment. So we're in Montreal airspace now. Should appear down here. So the key, if you do click on the frequencies and Say Intentions, is to check what COM frequency it says to see if it's actually changed it or not. Obviously the better practice is to do it yourself in the cockpit.
Virtual 73 Boston Center, contact Montreal Center on 133.225.
Contacting Montreal 133.225 virtual 073. Interesting. So how do you transfer them? I've never used this interface before. Okay, it's just a button alongside the active frequency. Montreal Centre, virtual 073 with you, flight level 360.
Montreal Centre identified. Good afternoon.
So as you can see, we've got it. Yeah, it's correctly worked this time, look. So we'll just use that method next time. That's the real way. And as against the cheating and clicking on the nice easy interface of say intentions, the real way is you actually hear the frequency, you scribble it down on a bit of paper in front of you if you've got one, or you commit it to memory, repeat it back to them, they will confirm if you've got it right or wrong, or they will confirm if you've got it wrong. If they've got it right, they won't say anything more. I think typically only your clearance will you get a readback correct. So let's just go and check how far we are in Montreal airspace for. Quite a distance. Right the way across there. So about 400 miles. 500 miles-ish. It's going to be a long flight, isn't it? So at a ground speed of, we can do this in LittleNavMap, can't we? Because it's got our ground speed. So we could do some calculations to know how long it's going to take us to get to the next sector. So if we go and measure this, measure distance, and say, so 465 nautical miles at 463 nautical miles per hour. So the maths isn't too difficult on that one, is it? So that's an hour. There we go. That makes that very, very easy for us. Although, actually saying that, we're not, are we? Because that's not... Oh, that's Montreal. Okay, that's still Montreal. No, the Toronto airspace is here. So that's about 25 minutes away. Okay, just looking at if that's an hour, that's about 25 minutes until we're into Toronto airspace. Then we're back into Montreal again. So this here is Montreal, this here is Montreal, this here is Toronto. And then when we come out the other side, we're back into... Oh no, it's Toronto again there. Sorry, I apologise. Toronto, I thought that was just a blip in, but I forgot, I didn't realise there was another margin there. So this is Toronto. That's interesting. So, okay, up here is Minneapolis airspace. And we're in Minneapolis for a long way. Then Salt Lake City airspace. Then Edmonton. Then into Vancouver airspace, finally. Very good. So I'll go and remove my distance measurement from the map. Then we see how we go. So I'll sit us up in the cockpit a little bit and we'll let it run for a while, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, let's have a look around. We'll be passing into Montreal airspace briefly then onto Toronto, and then onto Minneapolis airspace. It's a shame this navigation display on the big airliners doesn't show you sectors, isn't it? This kind of does. Right, I need to open Discord up on the second screen to respond to a friend who's just messaged me. I have a friend who is a fantastic simulator pilot who flies regularly with VATSIM, and he was just telling me he's a Canada native Canadian. He's got a lot of experience with these airports and airways, and he was telling me there was a SID available to us we could have used. I just went with what Simbrief had given us, though. So I just need to go and thank him for his input, because it's fantastic advice. Okay, so we're a few minutes out from crossing into Toronto airspace. So Montreal airspace, I'll get it right in the end. Montreal, then Toronto, then Minneapolis, then Salt Lake City, then Edmonton, and then Vancouver. Being tracked by different ground stations along the way. Check Mindest EFOB. Yeah, that was the message from earlier. I mean, it's good practice to clear out the messages, otherwise you don't know what is being brought, you know, what the most recent message was. Could do with a scale on here, couldn't it? Although I guess the map squares are the scale. Why is it not rendering anything over here? How odd. That's better. Maybe it doesn't have them for all zoom levels. Right, so I just need to nip away for a bit. Back in a few moments. Right, I need to step away for a while, so I'm going to silence sane intentions for a bit. What's the easiest way of doing that? Probably coming in here, going to headset and turning COM1 down to nothing. Okay, because I need to go and have some dinner with my other half. It's her birthday today and she's made this amazing dinner for everybody. So what I'm going to do is pull this up, go to the minimal window layout, put it in the corner so everybody can see where we're going, and then I'm going to disappear for a while. And now you can see where we are on the route. I'll leave that there, and I'll see you all again a bit later on. So I need to go and turn the microphone off. Okay, I'm back. Well, back briefly, and before I go make a coffee, I'm going to turn on Say Intentions have been calling me repeatedly since we went into Montreal Centre airspace, but we're probably left that already. So this will be an interesting one actually to see if they can catch up with us or not. So let's go and turn the volume back up for COM 1. Toronto Centre, Virtual 073 with you, flight level 360.
Virtual 73 Heavy, Toronto Centre, good afternoon.
There we go. So let's have a look on the map and see what that actually means in terms of where we are and when we're going to be leaving Toronto Centre. So we flew straight through Toronto. That was Toronto. That was the one we were going to have to change for, which was way back here, which was Montreal, before I went away to go and eat dinner. So we're going to be in Toronto. Oh, there's Minneapolis there. Why have they not switched us to Minneapolis? I wonder if they will. Toronto Centre, Virtual 073, requesting transfer to Minneapolis Centre.
Virtual 073 Heavy, request approved. Contact Minneapolis Centre on 134.85.
Contacting Minneapolis Centre 134.85, Virtual 073, thank you. Minneapolis Centre, Virtual 073 with you, flight level 360.
Virtual 073 Heavy, roger, radar contact, continuous file to Vancouver.
Continuing as filed to Vancouver 073. So in the live stream comments, Zach is asking, do I have an opinion on Say Intentions versus Beyond ATC? They are very much on par with each other now. Say Intentions does VFR, whereas Beyond ATC does not. But I think Beyond...
073 Heavy, contact Minneapolis Centre on 125.475.
Contacting Minneapolis Centre 125.475, Virtual 073. Minneapolis Centre, Virtual 073 with you, flight level 360.
Virtual 73 Heavy, Minneapolis Centre, good afternoon.
There we go. So just reading back to the comments, yeah, so Beyond ATC is probably a little bit better at IFR, so flights like this one, but it used to be quite prescribed. You had to speak to it as it was expecting you to, but that has recently changed. So Beyond ATC are playing catch up in a way. They've introduced I'm going to get the wording wrong now, an LLM, large language model, I guess, which means basically what it really means in real terms is an ATC or an AI solution where you can talk to it freely and it will make sense of what you've said. Whereas Beyond ATC didn't have that previously. It was pretty clever. You know, it was flexible enough to realise if you read things out of order from the way it was expecting it, but it was still quite prescribed. But that has recently changed. So I need to go back and try Beyond ATC again since they've introduced AI. So Peter has become a supporter. Thank you so much, Peter. It's funny, I have the whole membership thing set up on YouTube, and I never push it. I never have done. I'm the world's worst at marketing myself, and I know lots of other channels kind of do this whole preamble and whole end of the end of a video where they do the hard sell on anybody that happens to be watching, and I've never done that. So let's go world. Why is that not? Do we have to go step away from it and come back? That's interesting. So standard works. IFR is not working. Is that because I have not configured something maybe? So if I go into the menu page and options, so we've got third party. So I've got obviously Navigraph is working. Maybe that's
Air Canada 259 with you, flight level 360.
Air Canada 259 Minneapolis Center. Roger.
Minneapolis Center, November 77 Kilo Romeo with you, level at 8,000.
Bonanza 77 Kilo Romeo, Minneapolis Center. Roger, altimeter 2985.
So world was working, and now it's not. There's obviously a few bugs in this still. The standard works. I wonder if it's related to this running in the background. No. Okay, we're about to pass over Lake Michigan. Can we still see... this doesn't have sectors on it, which is a bit of a shame. I mean, we can still go up here and open up Navigraph while we're in the sim. But I think it has quite a lot of furniture around the window, which makes it, a bit of a hog in terms of screen real estate. So we're not going to bother with that. Let's increase the range on the navigation display. We're still on TA only. I'm going to put TA-RA on. I can't imagine we'll hit any traffic along the way. Or hit being the wrong term to use, but if we'll encounter any. So let's go TA-RA mode, which means that the autopilot will respond if it sees anything near us. Just out of interest, because we've got no hurry doing this. Cancel that. Settings. Online. Yeah, I've got aircraft traffic type. Let's put real-time online on. Multiplayer is not on. We'll turn that on as well. And we're going to have a look outside. I'll turn labels on, and you should hopefully see some aircraft arrive around us very soon. Although saying that, I just realised I think I'm using the... I have to remember where this is. If we go to online, I was on Southeast Asia, wasn't I? Let's go and put ourselves on West USA. Yeah, that'll do. And back, and back. Just looking around us to see if we see any nameplates around. I don't know how long it will take, although we're on live. So we're only going to see people with the setting set to live, which will restrict it quite dramatically, because most people don't fly with live settings on. So we may not see anybody with labels.
431 Delta Delta Minneapolis Center, contact Cleveland Center on 127.7.
So we got a comment in the live stream chat. Just tried an airliner, the A320 Neo, for the first time from EGBB to EDDM. It went well to start with, but all my avionics went black around 200 nautical miles out, and then crashed to desktop when I landed using 3PP. Was that third person perspective? I don't know. Not sure. I've used you're on about the A320 version 2, aren't you, for mini builds, that's in 2024. I've used it and I've flown a flight successfully with it, but I've tended to use the Phoenix usually, or the A350 obviously, since it came out, because it's so good. To be honest though, I'm always jumping between aeroplanes, so I'm the worst person to ask for specialist knowledge about a particular aeroplane. It's funny because I receive emails every week, and with people asking for advice about specific aeroplanes, and I always feel I try to give the advice where I can, or point them in a direction where they can go look. But I really am not the master of any of these aeroplanes because I don't fly them often enough. It reminds me a little bit of Hugh Laurie was being interviewed, the guy that played House on TV. He was being interviewed about the medical procedures in House, and they were saying, how do you learn this stuff? And he said, oh, no, I only know it for the few minutes we're recording the scene. No, and I only know the terminology for those few minutes. If you ask me a couple of hours later, well, I can't even remember the words. And I'm a little bit like that with these aeroplanes. I'll know it intimately in the run-up to recording the how-to video, because the few hours before that I will have been looking at it really closely, and it will be fresh in my mind. But then I'll go and fly 5 more different aeroplanes over the next few days, and although it does come back to you after you've flown it once or twice again, it's not the same as flying it day in, day out. So yeah, as Neil is saying there in the live stream, the Airbus family are fantastic. Also, the Phoenix Airbuses in Flight Sim are fantastic. So the Phoenix is not cheap, but it's actually cheaper than some of the other study level planes. But I warn you now, it is study level. So, but what you've learnt with flying the Airbus built into the sim will transfer over. So the basics in terms of getting the plane up with the APU and the bleed air, the fuel pumps and the ignition and the starters, it's all the same. There's some extra bits and pieces in the MCDU in the Phoenix version. So most commonly it's going to be, I don't even know if it's modelled, well, this is entirely different anyway. But in the Phoenix you get communications from the ground during your flight, so you get things like confirming your payload and stuff like that. It's interesting. Yeah, so as Thomas is saying, maybe there is a bug there with the third person. I don't know, because I always fly in the cockpit. I can't fly from the outside the aeroplane. I can't fly it accurately.
Sierra Bravo, we are ready for descent. November 318 Sierra Bravo, Minneapolis Center. Good morning.
Just going to check the volume level.
318 Sierra Bravo, squawk 1373, identical.
So we could put something else on this screen over here then, couldn't we? So we can put the en route chart over here and show the standard view and close it. So we're just making a turn. As you can see, that's planned. It's not going wrong. But yeah, the Phoenixes are really, really good. And it flies, apparently, correctly as well. So the real deal with the Airbuses, and not all simulators are able to do it, is you're not flying the aeroplane. Your controls, you are directing the aeroplane. And the telltale with it is, say you, without using the autopilot or anything, say you roll along the runway in an Airbus and you pull the nose up and it comes off the ground and you pitch it over slightly, then let go of the stick, and if the aeroplane maintains the direction you pointed it in terms of roll and pitch, then it's behaving like the real thing. Obviously as long as you've got enough thrust for it to keep pointing the way it's going. But yeah, say you lifted it to 10 degrees nose up and say a 15 degree bank, and then let go of the stick, it should stay there. Because when you're flying an Airbus, you are essentially a human flight director. And that's the big difference between the Airbus and the other aeroplanes. You are not flying the aeroplane, the computer is flying the aeroplane, you're telling it where to go. So the easiest way to think of that is you are a human flight director when you are flying an Airbus. So again, just reading about the problems that people are seeing with the little bugs that are turning up here and there. That's half the reason for this flight tonight. Obviously it's quite boring, just trudging across the country, going from airspace to airspace, but the real story here is I want to see, will the aeroplane survive a long flight? So you can see on Say Intentions we are in Minneapolis Center at the moment. So let's go and have a look at the map and see when we will leave Minneapolis Center. It will be over here, so if we just measure that, so that's 700 miles away. We're doing 448 knots, so it's about an hour and 20 minutes away until we cross over into Salt Lake City airspace. Let's go and open the calculator. It's a shame there's no way of it calculating it for us, isn't there? So if we did, it's a shame I haven't got a pen so I could write this down. If we go and open Notepad, go and close some of this stuff down. It's all flight sim stuff, look, all of it. Don't save, close that, don't save. It's actually closed Notepad. So you've got speed times time equals distance. So if you think of this is a bit of a cheat with maths. This is an easy way. I'm just showing you an easy way of working these things out. So speed times time gives you distance. If you have distance and speed, distance divided by speed will give you time. Okay? So distance divided by speed is time, distance divided by time is speed, speed times time is distance. It's a little T diagram. If you did that in maths when you were younger, you'll remember those. So we want to put in the distance until we get to the we can do it in a calculator, look. So the distance from us to the border into the next airspace is 711. So let's get this up as well, 711 nautical miles divided by, we're doing 450 knots, say, equals 1.58 hours. Okay. That works because it's nautical miles and nautical miles per hour. So we're dealing in nautical miles per hour, nautical miles, and hours. So about an hour and a half, or hour and 40 minutes, until we need to think about changing. And if you don't want to do that working out in your head, you can get manual flight computers, which you still see. If we go and look in MCP, is it called? Flight computer. There they are. E6B is the big one. They're quite expensive, but it's basically a slide rule. But it does all those sort of calculations really quickly for you. So you just slide it around, and without even having to scribble it down on a bit of paper and do the divisional multiplication yourself, it can do wind offsets and things like that as well. So you put in your direction, the wind direction, the speeds, and you can figure out the reverse of it. I don't know if there's any pictures of the reverse of them. The reverse of it looks very different. I haven't actually shown you. Poolies is a great place to get them from, by the way. Well, that's interesting. I can't actually use this because it was playing up. But yeah, that's very similar to the one I've got. This is the more professional one. I've got the basic version. I will be doing a video on them at some point. But it's basically a calculator. A manual mechanical calculator for flight calculations. You don't tend to see them anymore because everybody's got GPS units that can do, backflips. But the if you're really interested in learning lots more,
Bonanza 7 Kilo Romeo, Minneapolis Center, Roger.
If you go to poolies.com,
November 77 Kilo Romeo.
I bought this set of books a while ago, and they are absolutely brilliant. I'm going to have a job to find it now. I want the pilot training. Here we go. PPL training material and starter kits. There we go. So I bought quite a while back. I bought it actually. I did a video about it on my channel. These are all the books about basically flight training. But if we go and put starter kit in, here we go. Griffin pilots, PPL, PPL helicopter pilot starter kit for Ireland, fixed wing. Yeah, this is the pack that I bought. So it looks like a lot of money until you realise what you're getting in it. These books are several hundred pages each, or many hundreds of pages, some of them. But going through everything, well, I can read from on the shelf. We've got flight training, air law, navigation. You've got things like human performance, radio navigation. They're fantastic. Also, you get a ring-bound book of all of the airfields in the UK. And this is the same thing that the real people use. You get a knee board. You get the paperwork for the knee board. You get a book for writing down your flight hours. You get a map of your own choice. Of a sector map of, I've got it on the wall here, of the UK. You get a ruler for that map with the correct scale. You also get an angle measurer for the map with the scale on it as well. And you get a bag to put it all in, and you get reflective kit because obviously it's for the real world. But the simulator has become so good. You get the navigation computer as well, by the way. The simulator has become so good that this kit all applies to the simulator. So I did a series of videos with the first book, basically doing all of your basic PPL skills. They're all outlined fantastically in the book with diagrams and charts and tips, and it's brilliant. So doing things, you know, like recovery from unsafe attitudes, and you know, climbing turns, descending turns, spins, stalls, slow flight. It's crosswind landings. You know, both techniques of crosswind landing, either the crabbing technique or side slipping technique. But that Police kit that I bought, I've got a video on the channel, a video with it. Let me see if I can find it while we're flying. So if I go to YouTube and go into my stuff, it's me, and if I search for Police, there we go. Unboxing the Police Fixed Wing Pilot's Starter Kit.
Planning a no boyfriend.
So just wait for this to go away with the advert. Skip. So you can see I've actually videoed it in the room. So getting everything out of the box. You get pens, there's the compasses, there's the flight computer, there's the ring-bound book with all the charts, and I think I open it up to show everybody. So it's got all of the airfield data that you don't get in Navigraph, basically, because it's the real thing. It's every airfield in the country. And then, oh, the books, here we go. So here's the flying training book, and you'll see the quality of the books. They're absolutely brilliant. So I can't recommend the Police books enough.
Virtual 073 Heavy. Contact Minneapolis Center on 133.175.
Contacting Minneapolis Center 133.175. Virtual 073. Well, that's already talking to them. Minneapolis Center Virtual 073 with you, flight level 360.
Virtual 73 Heavy, Minneapolis Center, good afternoon.
So yeah, just coming back to this, let's have a recap of what's in here. So yeah, we've got the meteorology there, navigation, technical aspects of aeroplanes, you know, how they actually work. And that's not just the engines, that's everything about them, even the way the radios actually work. Human performance and operational procedures, yeah, so that's really interesting. All about things like saturation and stuff like that. So, you know, putting too much workload on yourself and the effects it can have. And obviously, lack of oxygen and that kind of stuff. And communications, so radio telephony. So yeah, the set of books. You'll notice there is no book there on instrument flight, so I went and bought it as an extra. So I've got the IFR book up on the shelf as well, which was really odd because when I looked at it I already knew it all. Oh, I knew a great deal of it, let's put it that way. I knew how it goes into basic you know, flying around VORs and things like that, and non-directional beacons, and bizarrely, because of all these years of messing around with the simulator, I knew nearly everything that was in the book. I was really surprised. But it has still got tons of extra information that you wouldn't get from anywhere else, which makes it invaluable. So this is my flight sim rig, by the way. It's changed a little bit since this was recorded, but look how minimal my setup is compared to most. I've now got a shelf across here with two monitors, But the other monitor is a completely different computer. It's not the flight sim computer. There's a newer, bigger monitor there as well now. So here's one of the ones that came off the back of the books, doing crosswind landings, textbook technique. So you can see it coming in. Where are we? Just trying to find an appropriate point in the video. Here we go. So you'll see me crabbing it in probably. Yeah, look, quite a severe crosswind. But again, I was following the procedures of the book to demonstrate the different techniques and to practice them. And obviously practice makes perfect. This is before I had head tracking, look. So you can see me crabbing sideways to maintain the runway center line. And then the trick, obviously, with a little Cessna is to turn the plane while you're still in the air just before you hit the ground. So again, it's a judgment exercise. So you'll see me hang the plane out and turn it to runway at the very last moment. And there it goes. Clonk. But yeah. The Pulis books were fantastic, and I did it on purpose to force myself into training myself to be a little bit closer to real procedures and real concerns in terms of operating an aeroplane. So I can't recommend it enough.
Skyhawk 5 Foxtrot Alpha, roger. Radar services terminated. Squawk VFR. Frequency change approved.
Change approved. Skyhawk 405 Foxtrot Alpha. Have a good day.
I think in the US the equivalent to Pulis would be oh crikey, what they called, the name's escaping me. There's a famous flight tuition centre that the Baron pilot and his girlfriend, or she learnt to fly there. Someone in the live stream is going to comment. What's Kim's flight school called? That's going to annoy me now. I'm going to have to go and look it up. Bear with me. So if I search for Baron pilot. It's like a nickname. That's a big successful flight school in the US. And I would tell you it, but YouTube wants to show me an enormous advert before I show you it. And unfortunately, Baron Pilot has monetized every angle of his YouTube channel, so you can't actually get to anything. Sporty's Academy is who I wanted to tell you about. So Sporty's is the equivalent of Pulis in the US. Yep, so flying on top is saying there are other options, obviously. So Pulis is one option, and then you've got things like the Bristol Ground School ATPL books. The only danger with Pulis is once you bought something from them, they start sending you emails and catalogues with lovely things in. And if you're not careful, you can end up spending lots and lots of money. It's worth pointing out, I bought the kit for the Pulis stuff with the paper books, but I bought a kit that included the PDFs. So I've got the digital versions of the books. just going to check if they are in my Google Drive, because if they are, I downloaded them from their app and stored them in my Google Drive, so yeah, I've got them, so I can show you what they look like. I can show you on the screen. Hopefully they won't. Hopefully they won't mind me showing you, but I think it's worth doing for the benefit of it, for the wider benefit. So if we type in here, pulleys, air pilot's manual, and there they are. So I can show you some of this stuff.
Departure, Skyhawk 50 Foxtrot Alpha would like to descend at 3,500 for clouds. Minneapolis Center,
So I'm just whizzing through.
5 Foxtrot Alpha would like to descend at 3,500 for weather.
Let's make this a bit bigger so we can see it.
5 Foxtrot Alpha, descend and maintain 3500 feet.
I'll go further into the book.
Descend and maintain 3500 feet, 5 Foxtrot Alpha.
So, go-arounds, for example. Departing the joining circuit. So it's all of the standard procedures with nice diagrams, considerations of what to look at. It's fantastically done. Flapless approaches and landings. Glide approach and landing. It's like every situation is outlined in detail with what you're going to see out of the cockpit and stuff like that. It's very, very good. It's proper bedtime reading that my other half thought was hilarious, that I was sat in bed reading this stuff. So crosswind takeoffs and circuits. It's interesting, isn't it? Just things to practice basically that get you used to the workload and the processes required to do those things. So there's the crab method. Look, holding it off, turning it around, touchdown. And then you've got the wing down method, which is side slipping, which is I think is the better way. So you maintain runway direction. But yeah, it's very, very clever. That method they're talking about there is the most common you'll ever see in the real world, where you'll be crabbing, and you get close and you bring the nose round to go runway direction, so you don't go skittering off if you get it wrong. But you're only having to maintain the nose direction for a minimal amount of time with some wing down to hold your lateral position. But yeah, so you can see, just dipping in a tiny piece of this book, it's brilliant. Really is. And they do the same, yeah, for basic flight training, air law, meteorology, navigation. It's very, very good. And there's the IFR one down the end there, look, which should be book 5. Okay, let's have a look at where we are. So we can use our maths again, can't we? So if we go and measure distance from here, we are 574 nautical miles away. So did we close Notepad? I think we did. So remember, distance 574 divided by speed 438. Yeah, I've closed calculator as well, haven't I? So 574 over 438 takes 1.3 hours. So 1 hour 20 minutes until we get to the next handover. So I'm going to go for a wander. I'll just go and clear up these measurements.
Minneapolis Center, Fury 11 Heavy, flight level 390. Fury 11 Heavy, Minneapolis Center, good evening.
So I'm going to leave us in the cockpit for a bit. I'm going to be back in about an hour, hopefully in time to hand us over. I'm just going to go and make a coffee and have a sit down, because this flight is going to go on all evening. Yeah, like I said, it's going to be late this evening that we get to Vancouver. So if you think an hour, probably an hour. So 3 hours at least until we are in Vancouver. So I'm going to wander away for a bit and I'll see you all again later. I just realised you couldn't hear me for the last few minutes, could you? That's quite amusing. Or did I just switch that back off? I can't even remember now.
West 1548, contact Minneapolis approach on 118.725. Minneapolis approach on 118.725, Southwest 1548.
Virtual 073 Heavy. Contact Minneapolis Center on 133.75. Virtual 073 Heavy. Contact Minneapolis Center on 133.75. Jet 228, contact Minneapolis Center on 126.45.
Contact Minneapolis Center at 126.45. NetJet 228, 29er. Good evening.
3 Heavy, Minneapolis Center. Good afternoon.
Minneapolis, Center, Phaser 1 with you, flight level 380, good morning.
Phaser 1, Minneapolis Center, good morning. Virtual 073 Heavy contacts Minneapolis Center on 126.1.
Virtual 73 Heavy Minneapolis Center, good afternoon.
Piper 173 Charlie Romeo with you at 2,500.
29 Bravo November altimeter 29.53. 29 Bravo November contact Minneapolis Center on 133.4. Minneapolis Center on 133.4.
Hello! Just testing a few things out here while we're in flight. Yep, it's working well. So while we've been flying along, I've been jumping in now and again because I've overheard ATC calling for us. we are still... Oh, this is what we were worried about. Bugs. So let's go and minimize the chance of bugs and turn off the map displays. That was a good one, wasn't it? And this is why I'm doing a long flight, to see what happens. So how far have we got left to go? Further than 640 miles, that's for certain. Much further, probably more like about 1500. If we go and look on the map, we're over halfway now. We are measuring from here to Vancouver, about 1100 miles to go, so about 4 hours. No, 3 hours, sorry. We can figure it out, as we did earlier. So, measure, so what did we just say? 1100. So, I closed the calculator again, didn't I? And we're doing 447. 2.4 hours, just under 2.5 hours to go. So coming in over North Dakota, we're in Minneapolis airspace. If we hover the mouse over it in LittleNavMap, it'll tell us, look, because we've got the sector switched on. We've changed controllers several times within Minneapolis airspace, which is something I'd completely forgotten would probably happen. And then we're going to go, obviously, across Salt Lake City airspace, and then into Edmonton. And then finally, when we get closer, into Vancouver airspace. So it's going to be fun. Should we open the window layout as default in LittleNavMap, just so we see a little bit more? We'll turn the sectors off for the moment. We know the sector comes up just after the VOR here. So which VOR is that? Dickinson, by the look of it. Show information. Yeah, Vortak Dickinson. So combined VOR and TACAN stations. I've not really played around much with the radios, so let's have a look. We got the Fargo VOR, which is well within range of us at the moment. So Fargo is 11620.
Good evening.
So if we come down here and go to navigation radios, and we type in here 116 2 was 11620, yes, 11620, and then press enter. So this DME should come alive. Can we show it on the screen without switching it on? I'm not sure if you can in this aeroplane, to be honest. There we go. So if we were to spin the course knob around, which I don't know how we do in an A350. Obviously everything is wildly different. We'd have to key the number in for the course, wouldn't we? We don't just spin it. Which means you can't find out your direction to... Obviously, we're coming past, it's about 90 degrees to us, so if we were to go measure distance, by the time we get there, at 9 degrees magnetic, so if I was to put in here a course of 9 and press enter, and there it goes, look, we're about to cross it in a moment. So the CDI is coming across right now. So relative to us, the VOR's over here. Very cool. Obviously the plane is still flying its course, as it should. Let's go and put it back on arc mode. It's always good fun to play with these things, isn't it? And what else can we put on the other screen? That's the checklist menu. Let's go and put the destination data in, shall we? So, approach. It's going to be a while until we get there, so we really shouldn't do it yet, but we can always update it if it's different. So let's go and pull up Vancouver. Actually, let's do it in Navigraph. So if we go and pull up Vancouver, open the airport, let's go through the weather. 220 at 6 knots. So 220 degrees. We're doing it on the co-pilot side, so we have to use his panel. Enter. And
San Juan 2000, altimeter 30. Can I get the altimeter reading again, please, for span 123?
Outside air temperature.
Span 123, descend and maintain
9 degrees.
2000, altimeter 30.68.
3068 in the altimeter and descend and maintain 12.
QNH 30. Oh, that's in inches. 1019.
Minneapolis Center, Swiss Air 04 Heavy. Good evening. Flight level 380.
There we go. Obviously we can check that and see if it's still correct later. So hello to Alex and Patrick in the live stream chat. Anybody that's watching along at this point, thank you so much for watching. This is not going to be the most interesting flight across the country. It's really a soak test of the simulator, really. As you can see, we're just coming in over the western side now of Minneapolis airspace. Well, we'll be into Salt Lake City before we know it. Right, I'm going to switch off for a bit, and I'll see you soon.
clear to Kilo 16 Delta. Vectors to Layab. Climb maintain 4,000, expect 7,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency on 133.4. Squawk 6715. Clearance void if not off the ground by 15310.
Bonanza 526, read back correct.
Virtual 073 Heavy. Contact Minneapolis Center on 124.2.
Minneapolis Center, Fliggity 0124 with you at flight level 370.
Fliggity 0124, Minneapolis Center, good afternoon.
So Ashton is asking, how are the GPU and CPU temperatures? That's a really good question. I have no idea. Let's go and have a look. This won't actually give you temperatures, will it? It will just give you the work rate. So GPU's idling, well, are not idling, it's about 40%. GPU memory is only using half of it. CPU, the system RAM is using half the system RAM. CPU is using about a third of its capacity. In terms of temperatures, if I go and fire up Specky, that will give us at least some temperatures, won't it? So if we give it a moment to launch. Oh, interesting. What's happening with that? Has that messed up? I'm guessing that was Specky that caused that. Let me pause the stream and restart it. Interesting, I've never seen this happen before. No source selected. There we go. Let me try that again then. I'll get OBS out of the way first. Let's go and run Specky again. Oh, it's Specky that's causing it. That's a random one, isn't it? We can also get the information from the... No, I can never remember which icon's which. Bring ICUE to the foreground. Here you go. So this is the work rate of the pumps. So it's liquid cooling. So CPU is running at 34. CPU 48. Motherboard 45, graphics 50. So it's interesting, isn't it, how the different temperatures vary. So you can see I've got the cooling all turned up to extreme. Contacting Minneapolis Center 124.2 virtual 073. Good day. Minneapolis Center virtual 073 with you, flight level 360.
Virtual 73 Heavy, Minneapolis Center, good afternoon.
So it's different radar stations within Minneapolis Center's area, I'm guessing, is what's going on there. And if we turn the sectors on, not far away now from the crossover, 116 miles away. It's about a quarter of an hour. I did have the temperature sensors go off the other week, and I turned the pump speeds up basically, and that cooled it right down, and turned the fan speeds up. I have had an issue in the past where ICUE, for whatever reason, killed its drivers. And within minutes, obviously, the computer cooked itself and did a safe shutdown. But it took me about an hour then of trying to boot the computer, or waiting for the computer to cool down, then booting it up and having enough time to get in and look at ICUE and do a forced driver update. So if that ever happens to you, I'll show you where you do it. So in ICUE, if I bring it back to the foreground, you can go through each of these units. Okay, so you've got the various bits of hardware, and you can check for updates. So if you go to software settings and go to software updates. Here we go. Here's each of them, and you can check them for updates, and they're all obviously on the latest version. But then you can go into each of them if you haven't got it on automatic download. Actually, no, that will just do it anyway. But if they're not the latest version, you can do a forced firmware update of the various bits of the cooling system. And that's what I had to do, and it fixed it. That was with my old machine, not with this one. This one's been fine. But you can see that there's the temperature shooting around all over the place since we started running it. It does vary a lot. There's different sensors in different places, so that's the one that's being reported, look. But there's different parts of the same system are reading different temperatures. Core 9 is running at 63. RTX is running at 57. But you can influence that, so you can go into here, go to cooling, and obviously you can then go and play with these numbers. So you've got variable speed on the pump at the moment. I could put it on extreme and you'll see the temperature drops. So if we try it, so the speed of the pump is going up, look. To 2800 RPM. So it was already running at about 2600 RPM, so it hasn't enormously accelerated. But I usually leave it on variable, and then it only does what it needs to do.
Airbus 24 Lima Tango, Minneapolis Center, good evening.
Minneapolis Center, good afternoon. Speedbird 925 at flight level 350.
Speedbird 925, heavy, Minneapolis Center, good afternoon.
It's interesting, isn't it, that it's optional whether you confirm where you are, because the controller on center, they know where you are because they have you on radar, otherwise they would query it. The reason you confirm your altitude with them is you are telling them what altitude you think you are at. And quite often with radar, because of it depends on the configuration of the radar and how the system works, but they know how high you are. You know, or what the radar is reporting you at. So that's a safety measure, that they're confirming that you have configured, or you don't have any sort of hardware failure with your altitude reporting. So they are checking that the number you report is the number that they are expecting in terms of your actual altitude versus what you are reporting. Obviously at high altitudes in airways, your altitude is incredibly important. especially for example, the transatlantic tracks where different aircraft, different altitudes are going different directions than each other. There's various stories of people seeing Concorde go past years ago from their aircraft and, you know, being shocked at the speed it went past. So I'm just reading the news. Aerosoft is going to release the CRJ version 2. Just make sure this is working. Yeah, you can hear me. Oh, it's paranoid now. Aerosoft is releasing the CRJ version 2 on the 25th of March. It will be compatible with 2024, but it is not specifically designed for it. There will be another version following it up that is a specific 2024 version. There will be an update of the E-Jet family of aircraft as well for X-Plane. That's not really of much interest to the flight sim community, or flight simulator community I should say. Just reading around to see what's going on.
Allegiant 682 Minneapolis Center, contact Denver Center on 127.905.
Denver Center on 127.905 for Allegiant 682.
So Ed is saying, how is the A350 flying in 2024? It's pretty good so far. This is really a soak test tonight, so flying right the way across the US and Canada. So took off from Halifax and we are currently in Minneapolis airspace, about to switch over into Salt Lake City soon. Using Say Intentions along the way, which has been providing really good air traffic control service. So they're essentially providing flight following on the IFR route for us. But yeah, the plane has run like clockwork so far. I've been really, really impressed. So we go and have a look at some of the ECAM screens. So I'll have to zoom out, don't I, to see this. So let's look at the engines. So we can do it on this side. So everything's looking fine. To be honest, I wouldn't know what wasn't fine. There's the wheel information of them in their bays. They are all looking fine. There's the fuel systems. There's the electrical systems. DC systems. Hydraulics, flight control systems. There's the APU, which is obviously switched off at the moment. The bleed systems, which is obviously off at the moment. Air conditioning. And cabin pressurization. This plane's a bit of a masterpiece, isn't it? A very, very automated masterpiece. So we were playing earlier with the en route charts. We couldn't quite figure out, I think it might be a bit broken still. Or maybe only certain zoom levels work. But we did have it working at one point. So if we do world day, doesn't like it, does it? And we turned this off earlier because it was causing havoc. We can bring up the operational flight plan, which is always good. We can make the text bigger and smaller. That's really good. And it's mono-spaced, which is great. We can scroll through it and go and read the NOTAMs to put ourselves to sleep if we want to. There's the flight plan, obviously. You got the operational impacts. I should do a video about this. This is a fascinating subject, what all this stuff actually means. And the flight log, obviously, as well. The various parameters. Again, it's once you understand what's in here, it can be enormously useful. But it's yeah. Should we leave it on the OFP page? Obviously, they've got some shortcuts here, so you can see cost index up there, and where we're going from and to, the aircraft ICAO code, the flight level.
Proceed direct, Becky, radius 63 Echo.
It's interesting, isn't it? And you've got the fuel load sheet, so we've got trip fuel, contingency fuel, alternate fuel to get to YQQ if we need to, final reserve fuel, a minimum takeoff fuel is therefore calculated, any extra, so takeoff fuel and taxi fuel, that gives you your block fuel. So yes, just reading the live stream comments again from Ed. There was another update to the 350, which I installed directly before this flight. What would cause a discrepancy between what you see and what you report? An incorrect or a malfunctioning barometric pressure, or about a malfunctioning altimeter, you know, so the pressure readings are off. So when you are in standard barometric pressure, I did a video about this ages ago about what the transition levels actually mean. The reason you switch to standard barometric pressure, which is 29.92 inches or 1013 hectopascals, the reason you do it at altitude, and this is the important point, is so when you are high in the sky, all of the aeroplanes agree with each other. So they've all tuned their barometric pressure to the same as each other. But what if one of them is broken? That's what the center ATCs are really checking for. They're checking that what they're seeing on their screen matches what you think you're at. So when we are at high altitude, so 36,000 feet or flight level 360, at high altitudes, when we're all got our altimeters tuned to the same setting, it means all of the aeroplanes agree with each other. So when two different aeroplanes say they're at 36,000 feet, they are, regardless of if they're actually at 36,000 feet, which they're not, but they are at the same altitude as each other if they both think they're at 36,000 feet. That's the game they're playing. The reason you then change the calibration of the altimeter when you're at lower altitudes, so below the transition level, or transition altitude, sorry, is because you are more concerned about how high you actually are above the ground. Yeah, so when you're at low altitude, below the transition altitude, you retune your altimeter to be accurate to the ground, not to each other. At high altitude, you're tuning your altimeter so you match all of the other aircraft, regardless of where you are and what the weather's doing. And the reason for that is the altitude separation going east and west. So if you're traveling east, you are generally put on an odd altitude by ATC. if you're travelling west, you'll generally be put on an even altitude. So if you think about that, that means there's at least 1,000 feet separation of aircraft travelling in opposite directions. So once you get below the transition altitude, you're looking, or you would normally be looking for 500 feet either side of those. So you'll generally see, if you do get a commanded altitude at lower altitudes, it'll be like, for VFR for example, you'd be at like 3,500 feet, 5,500 feet, whatever it is.
Virtual 073 Heavy, contact Minneapolis Center on 124.25.
Contacting Minneapolis Center 124.25, Virtual 073, good day. Just check that has changed. No, it hasn't. So 124.25. Let's do it down here then if it's not going to work. But it has worked. It's just that interface hasn't changed. Minneapolis Center, Virtual 073 with you at flight level 360.
Virtual 73 Heavy, Minneapolis Center, good afternoon.
Okay, that's that done. So what about, Anthony is saying, what about north-south? They will generally be slightly to the east or the west. But it's not a hard and fast rule, it's a convention, let's put it that way. It's not a law. It's just a general convention to encourage separation. If you're flying in airways that are only one-way airways, it doesn't matter. So typically on these long flights, you will join an airway. So this flight we're doing today, if we go and look at Navigraph, funnily enough though, look, that's not an airway between there, and that's interesting. Oh, actually, hang on a second. We're looking at high level. So if we go IFR low, no, we're not. We're not flying through airways. Maybe because I just asked Simbrief to do this for us. So for whatever reason, Simbrief has not routed via the airways, and there may be a good reason for that. Maybe it would have taken us well out of our way to do it. But if you're in an airway, then those rules may not apply, because an airway may be a specific direction and it will have a certain altitude range. So if you go and zoom in on these far enough there, you can see, look, flight level 280, flight level 210. Hopefully that makes sense. But that's interesting. I hadn't noticed that earlier, that Simbrief has not put us on any airways across here. Look, it's jumping across. It was when it was in Canadian airspace, look. There's an airway underneath there. Q806 by the look of it. Is it still the same name up this way? Yes. So that airway right the way across from Halifax until we went into US airspace looks like it was Q806, and then as soon as we went into US airspace we weren't. It's dropped the corridors.
Virtual 73 Heavy, Minneapolis Center, contact Salt Lake Center on 126.85.
Contacting Salt Lake Center 126.85, Virtual 073, good day. That's changed this time, look. Salt Lake Center, Virtual 073 with you, flight level 360.
Virtual 73 Heavy, Salt Lake Center, good afternoon.
So let's go and have a look at the map again and remind ourselves how long we might be in Salt Lake. So there's Salt Lake Center. We'll cross back out of it into we're going to go over the corner of, I think that's Edmonton, is it? Yeah, Edmonton. And then we'll cross very quickly then into, now which one's this? I'm just looking for the label on the outside of it. Vancouver, that's Vancouver airspace. So we just entered Salt Lake City airspace. Got quite a way to go yet. If we go and have a look on LittleNavMap, we can measure it easily. So right click, measure. Vancouver's over there, so about 800 miles to go. We're going 400 knots, so a couple of hours. Little under 2 hours maybe. We'll see. Shall we increase the range? Take the VOR stuff off. Okay, so I'm going to go and have a little break. I'm guessing we're just going to be hurtling across Salt Lake City airspace for the next 3/4 of an hour or so until we cross over the Canadian airspace into Edmonton and then Vancouver, so we'll see how we get on. I'm going to go and I'll leave it on the cockpit view here. I guess I ought to put a little note up, didn't I? So I'll leave it up in the top corner. Okay. And I'm just going to turn the microphone off now, so I'll speak to you later.
TBM 447 Bravo, Salt Lake Center descend and maintain flight level 190.
Descend and maintain flight level 190, TBM 447 Bravo.
TBM 47 Bravo, Sydney Richmond Airport at your 2 o'clock 14 miles. Change to advisory frequency approved. Report cancellation of IFR. 4 minutes approach this frequency. So long.
Received, airport is at 2 o'clock, 14 miles, change to advisory frequency, will report cancellation of IFR, period.
499 Romeo Kilo.
9 Romeo Kilo, Salt Lake Center, go ahead.
499 Romeo Kilo on the ground at Wolf Point, request IFR to round up.
There's no request, stand by.
clear to round out the radar vectors. Cookies and a fog. Climb maintain 5,220 after 10. Departure 126.5, squawk 4652, and clearance flight is not off by 1623. 7,300 and right turn 280. Vector to the INAV 27 approach. Pilatus 9 Romeo Kilo.
Pilatus 9 Romeo Kilo. Turn right heading 280 vectors for the RNAV runway 25 approach.
Lake Center, Phaser 1, Whiskey, flight level 390.
Phaser 1, Salt Lake Center, good morning.
Departure Diamond 216, Delta Golf, with VFR request.
Diamond 6 Delta Golf, state your request.
Volanta 499 Romeo Kilo. Volanta 499 Romeo Kilo on the ground at Wolf Point 855 R2 roundup.
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
Volanta 499 Romeo Kilo is cleared to round up via radar vectors cookies at a spot time maintain 5000 squawk 4165. Lake Center, clear to run with you, flight level 290 for
Phaser 1, Salt Lake Center, good morning.
TDM 47 Bravo, will you at flight level 290?
TDM 447 Bravo, Salt Lake Center, roger.
Okay, I'm back for a minute or two to see how everything is going. And we got that glitch in the cockpit until we moved the camera.
073 Heavy. Contact Salt Lake Center on 133.4.
Contacting Salt Lake Center 133.4, virtual 073 Heavy. 1334, let's just check that's actually tuned in. 1334, yes it has. Salt Lake Center, okay. Salt Lake Center, virtual 073 with you, flight level 360.
Virtual 73 Heavy, Salt Lake Center, good afternoon.
So we have a comment in the live stream from Brett saying $123 for this plane. Yeah, okay. Is it really that much money? Let's go and have a look. So if we go to Inibuilds, actually I need to do this as an incognito, I guess. Inibuilds, accept. So let's go and have a look. Accept. A350, £72 in UK money. I can't turn VPN on while the sim's running to simulate the US. Can we change the region up here? Yes, we can. United States dollars. $93. Not 120. Oh, Australian. Okay. So Australian dollars. 148. Okay. Why is it so expensive? This aircraft is one of the most complex, one of the most deep, one of the best simulated aircraft in the simulator. Every switch, every button, every light, everything works. Okay, all the systems. So initialization, going through all the workflow processes through it, the performance calculations, the navigation radios, the flight planning, switching on and off the systems within the aircraft. It all works. Doing the ATC communications, it's got multiple integrations. All of these buttons and panels work. All the radio panel works. All of this works. All of these various systems displays work, and they show meaningful data that actually changes and has meaning. And it's like all of the systems inside the airplane are being simulated live all the time. The master control panel for the autopilot, all the different modes work as they should. The navigation display works as it should. All of the sub modes are all there, and they're all working as they should. Within the aircraft, if you go into flight ops, you got the load sheet information. It all works, and it calculates all the numbers. The operational flight plan you can integrate with Simbrief, and it can pull all obviously information through. It's got takeoff calculations, which all works nicely. It's got landing performance calculations, so we can sync that from Simbrief. We can show you it now. Sync the weather. And we can compute our landing distances. It's very clever, isn't it? It's got integration with charting. So you can see your chart. That's our star we'll be flying in a bit. It's got en route charts as well. So yeah, it's a monster of an aircraft. And in terms of the aircraft itself, yeah, everything works. To a ridiculous level. It's a absolute monster. If we go and have a look around the airplane, I mean, look at the quality of the rendering of every corner of the airplane. This is one of the most impressive airplanes ever developed for a simulator anywhere. I mean, there's a bug there, look. That's a bug they've not fixed, obviously, yet. It's still in development, and you have no surprise that it's still in development. Look at the ridiculous level this has been taken to. So yeah, this is why this plane's so expensive. So yeah, all the levers and everything on the doors all work. Obviously I'm not going to try and open the door while we're in flight. And we can carry on down the plane right the way to the back of the aircraft if we really want to. So we've got premium economy, and then we've got economy, and there's another economy behind that. It's a gigantic aeroplane. But you get the idea. So we can go and jump back into the cockpit. Better go and close the door behind us. Whoa! Where's the handle gone? Oh, I'm in the way of it. But yeah, the closer you look at this aeroplane, look at the quality of the modelling and the textures. And bear in mind, everything works. It's madness. Okay, so we finally have Vancouver appearing within our scope at 480 nautical miles out. We've still got some distance to go then until we get there. Yeah, so looking at the aeroplane, just look at the quality of the modelling. It really is something else. Okay, let's get the flight plan back on.
Echo, we'd like to request the VOR Alpha into Burtmooney.
Skylane 90 Echo, cleared for the VOR Alpha approach into Burtmooney.
So let's go and have a look at the wider chart.
R8 approach into Burtmooney. Skylane 90.
So we'll appear on our star at Booth. So if we look in here, there's Booth. So then we come in down here. So we've got some constraints to look at. So we want to be down to 14,000 feet by the time we get to Lani. Then above 10,000 feet at Basra. Above 8,000 feet at Seabog. And then we have our first speed restriction at Vinlo, above 3,000 feet. Obviously at 10,000 feet we'll need to be down to 250 knots. So let's go and have a look at a more detailed chart of the landscape on the way through there. So there's Booth. So there are a few hills in the way, but then it's pretty much flat once we get down to the approach in. So we're 5,000 feet, and then now this is the interesting bit. This isn't rendering. This is not the route. You would fly out if you had ATC, and we do have ATC. So we'll try this and see what happens. We'll fly out this way, and we'll maintain that heading. Yeah. And we should get vectored over towards, although it says manual, not vectors, so we should be able to turn left then of our own accord to come in towards bubble. Yeah. And then obviously we're going to tune the, well, the is an Airbus, so the ILS will have been tuned in for us. And then we'll come into Vancouver, but that's not going to be for a little while yet. We're still quite some distance out. We're just coming up towards the edge of Salt Lake Center. control. We're going to go into Edmonton for a short while, and then we'll be on Vancouver. And then I guess they'll hand us over to arrivals at some point when we get a bit closer. It's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? But again, this is really, tonight is a soak test for the simulator, because it's been through so much recently in terms of updates, and this aircraft has been updated as well. So it will be fun to go and have a look at that. Okay, I can close some of this down. Actually, no, I'll leave Simbrief running. Or leave the chart there, although we've got this in the aircraft, so we don't really need it. And I can get rid of those sticky notes now, I guess. That's an interesting one, isn't it? When you look at this compared to here. So these are hills that we're showing as blue here. It's not water, that's hills. That's the water here. It's because we've got the colours reversed for night time. If we go and turn off night mode, that makes a lot more sense.
1421, Roger, standing by.
Roger, Southwest 1421.
Zoom in on this a bit more.
1421, requesting 9,000.
Southwest 1421, descend and maintain 9,000.
So I was just going to say, this is one of the Lufthansa charts. You can notice the style difference over the Jeppesen ones that you normally get in Navigraph. So Microsoft have obviously done a deal with them, because if you go and look in the tablet, this is the Lufthansa flight planner in here, and the charts that you see in here. So you'll notice at the moment we've got nothing in the tablet. I don't know if it will let us read it from the avionics. Probably not. We'll try it and see what happens. So I've asked it. It may well just fail. Yeah, it failed. So a way around that, if you want to get your flight, if you're desperate to use this tablet in the simulator, which is not part of the aeroplane, you can nick your route from in here, for example. So we'll copy the flight plan to the keyboard, to the clipboard. We go to planner.flightsimulator.com and close that. We go to route, and we can paste in our route and save it. Okay, so that's put our route into the browser. If we show it here a bit closer, so then we can save that, and we can call this CYHZ to CYVR. So that's Halifax to Vancouver. Okay, so we've done our job there in the browser. So back in the simulator in here, we can go into route and we can load flight plan, and this is from the cloud, and it's the one we've just saved. So we load that in, and that will load that into here, and now we've got our route on the map. Okay, just as a visual reference. Obviously you can then play around with this tablet, so you can go and change the map settings and choose the map that you want. So we could have terrain highlights, for example, and do whatever we want with it. But there you go, it just shows you what's possible, really. Okay, so 14,000 feet, once we begin our descent, will be the point to look at, and the descent, top of descent, look, is already marked in on the map. Let's go and bring the range down on this a bit now. Yeah, it's still just out of range of the display. You can see top of descent is marked in shortly before Booth, so we'll already be descending by the time we come down through Booth. And the aircraft will manage its descent automatically. We just need to set a target altitude when we get close to top of descent, and then push the altitude knob in, which will make it descend on managed mode. Okay, we've got a little while yet. So if we go and have another look at the map to see where we are in terms of the airspaces. So here's our airplane look. When we cross over the line, we'll be into Edmonton and then crossing over again into Vancouver. So LittleNavMap can help us see those. So there's Edmonton. If we click here, that's Salt Lake City flight control. So we're coming up towards that now. So if we leave that on the screen, that's quite useful to see. You can see it in Navigraph as well, of course. If we come back across here, so there's the division look. Salt Lake City is this side, Edmonton that side, and then around here, just looking for a label for it, Vancouver airspace is in here. So I'm running say intentions. For anyone who doesn't realise what's going on here, I'm running say intentions in the background, which is an AI air traffic controller. So it takes on the voices of the regional areas and controls you throughout your flight on both IFR and VFR flights. So it simulates the handoffs between different controllers, so you get different voices talking to you. It's very, very good, and obviously I can talk to it in plain English. We also have a mentor in the aircraft that we can talk to, so let's go and ask him. Hi, can you tell us all about the Airbus A350? So he's going to come back in a moment. He's just thinking, how do I put this?
I'm here to help with your flight and ATC communications, but I can't provide details about specific aircraft like the Airbus A350. However, if you have questions about our current flight or any procedures, feel free to ask.
Okay, so we can't ask him, but that's not the end of the road. If we go in here and we go to intercom, we go channel 2. At the moment we've got a co-pilot. We want to go tour guide. Well, might be a better example for you. So we'll go with Jeff and say OK. So I've got another button here for
073 heavy contact Salt Lake Center on 119.75.
There we go. So contacting Salt Lake Center 119.75 virtual 073. Did that take that frequency? I've had problems with the comm radio today. No, it didn't. So we want 119. Let me just check it. 119.75. Okay. Salt Lake Center virtual 073 with you, flight level 360. That was when I keyed the microphone a moment ago.
73 heavy Salt Lake Center, good evening.
There we go. Done. We're transferred over to a different controller. And we continue on our way. Shall we have a look from outside? The weather's been pretty atrocious most of the way, hasn't it? Okay, so top of descent is just within the range of if we bring the range down now, so 320 miles until top of descent. And then that, when we get to Booth, which is, so top of descent's just out of view out of the top right of the chart here. It's over here somewhere. So if we were to show the en route, it's a shame that doesn't superimpose the flight plan. I've got hiccups now. So you can see there's Booth there, look. Okay, So we got a bit of a relax until we get closer to...
Okay, you just gave me 8,000 left turn to 175. What do you want me to do here?
Oh, there we go. We got a snarky pilot talking to ATC.
565, radar contact established. Continue as filed to Glacier, maintain 13,000. Kodiak 565, turn left heading 175.
So I'll leave that there for a bit and we'll just relax for a while until we need to start doing some work in the aeroplane. I'll pop the LittleNavMap up so you can see it, and you can see we're just about to cross over into Edmonton, so we'll get a call from ATC shortly. Asking us to change frequencies, handing us off. So we can see as well down here, is it asking us about the destination data? No, but we did say earlier we need to double check it because we put the information in quite a long time ago. So if I go and press the performance page and go to approach, we'll go and double check this. So 220.06 knots wind at the destination. So if we go out of here and come back to redraw it, wind 245 knots. So we'll go and update that. So we're going to click in here. 240. I won't bother changing that to 5 for the moment. What about QNH? 1019, that's still good enough. And the outside air temperature is saying 10 degrees Celsius, so we may as well go and update that. But we'll keep an eye on it. So we're just programming that for the aircraft as it gets closer, so it can make the appropriate calculations for the flight plan. So yeah, Clueless is saying that there's obviously there are bugs in the stock A320's avionics. We'll see what happens with this when we come down in descent into Vancouver. It should be straightforward, fingers crossed. We've got a little while yet.
At our 10 o'clock, about 11 miles out, we can see the beautiful Glacier National Park.
Oh, I'm going to go turn off the tour guide. Can be a pain in the backside.
Breathtaking landscapes featuring over 700 miles of hiking trails, pristine lakes, and an array of wildlife, including grizzly bears and mountain goats.
That shut him up. I don't know if they've got an option to. The tour guide just comes out with stuff while you're flying, which can be quite disconcerting. I'm not sure if there's a way of saying don't do that. I love this. Cabin crisis. Think on your feet. The cabin crew will report an issue with the flight. So I don't know, drunk passenger or something like that. Multiplayer. This is the really good thing. So this is the new thing that's being launched soon. Oh, it may even be out already. Skynet on part of Say Intentions means anybody running Say Intentions can connect to Skynet. And it means you can use traffic injection across different simulators, so you can see each other. So 2020, 2024, they've got plans to do it in X-Plane and P3D as well. That'd be amazing. The whole option here about share my audio means if you're using Say Intentions and you're near me in the airspace, and we're both sharing radio, we can hear each other talking when we're talking to ATC. So you can hear it over the radio as you would in the real world. It's very clever. Anyway, let's put that out of the way.
Virtual 7-3 Heavy, Salt Lake Center, contact Edmonton Center on 132.75.
There we go. Contacting Edmonton Centre 132.75 virtual 073. Good day. And it's connected it this time. Edmonton Centre virtual 073 with you, flight level 360 en route to Vancouver.
Good evening.
There we go. They're just confirming they've got us on radar by saying that. This aeroplane's very good, isn't it? I had a little look at DCS a couple of nights ago. I haven't flown it for ages, and it really kind of stood out to me how much the graphics have moved on in 2024 versus DCS. And yeah, the cloud level in DCS has obviously been, it's a bit of a hack that they've used to add it into the simulator. And if you move your head around using head tracking, it makes the clouds look really odd. It's a monster, isn't it? So, Clueless is saying he heard in the ether that Flight Simulator are working on, or Asobo, talk to ATC in the sim. It'll be interesting to see what they do. I'm surprised that Microsoft didn't do it at launch of 2020, because in the corporate world, so full disclosure, I am a software developer, and I work for one of the bigger Microsoft partners in the UK. And there has been a huge drive over the last few years, Microsoft, of marketing their AI capabilities, and encouraging their partners to present the AI tool sets to customers and to show them the possibilities of using them. So I am stunned that Flight Simulator has not been used as a showcase for AI on Microsoft's part. They really have missed a trick, because they had, I think in some ways Flight Simulator is a test rig, and I've never quite worked out how Asobo could fund it. The amount of data this is chucking around across the internet, if you tried to do that on a corporate solution, it would bankrupt you very, very quickly. And yet Asobo are somehow, they've had, I don't know what the relationship is they have.
Golf Tango Echo Romeo Edmonton Center. Good morning.
See, I don't,
QNH 3006.
I'll just wait for them to stop talking. I don't know what the agreement is between Microsoft and Asobo, but the amount of data that is being thrown around in the simulator, how that is getting paid for, I think it's being written off. Because there's no way the purchase price for the simulator would cover it. So if they are looking at AI, that's more expensive than sending data. So it will be certainly very interesting to see what happens if Microsoft are going to make a move at helping Asobo integrate AI into the simulator. It would make sense that it's for ATC. I would imagine it would be a subscription service though, because the hardware required to do AI at scale is not cheap, and the development of models for AI is not cheap. Yeah, it certainly is. It's a good time to be involved in this, to see all of these advances coming though, isn't it? I think it's fascinating that Say Intentions have managed to put such good guardrails around the content that the large language model driven avatars, if you want to call them that, or they're really agents, but yeah, they have a subject domain that they will respond to, and it's been done very, very well. You heard it a few moments ago when I asked a mentor about the A350 and he wasn't willing to tell me about it. I mean, it's not perfect. Say Intentions does make mistakes, but that's only, you know, natural. That at this early point in the development of AI and the development of the models, it's very much based upon the implementation of rules and, you know, getting that into the model. So I know they are working at the moment on separation and sequencing of aircraft. So if you're in busy airspace, it will actually work to put correct separation in, and to, you know, asking aircraft to change speed or maybe put you into a hold or whatever is required. So yeah, as you're saying in the live stream there, it's still learning, but it's getting better all the time. The huge advantage I've seen so far that Say Intention has made strides ahead of Beyond ATC in terms of allowing or using a large language model so you could have wide-ranging conversations with the AI and it understood. Yeah. So not even just the order of things, but things phrased in a completely different way, and it still understands. And it's flexible enough to not make you adhere to radio telephony, you know, how do I put this? There's various guidebooks for radio telephony on accepted language, and sometimes, for example, you might, and this is a terrible example to make because it's very rare that it ever happens, but sometimes if you're talking to a human controller, say on VATSIM, they might be less forgiving. The AI, you can actually tell it how or you can tell Say Intentions, for example, how forgiving you want it to be. So if you're a beginner, it will be more forgiving. If you are saying, I want this to be professional level, it's going to force correct readbacks, for example. And it's going to force you to impart the information it's expecting. So that's really just having contracts on information. So that's the agent deciding, okay, you're asking this, but you haven't given me enough terms to ask that. I was just going to say, yeah, someone's got to me ahead of me in the live stream. There is a document called CAP 413, which is as they said, the Bible for radio telephony. I was going to mention it, and I thought, oh, do I need to go that far with this? All you need to know really is there are guidebooks on how you should present information, make requests, and respond, and what requires a response, what doesn't require a response, all that kind of stuff. How words should be said, how numbers should be repeated, and all sorts of things. It's not complicated stuff either, it's very simple, but it just makes sure that everybody's running by the same guidebook, really. Okay, let's go and increase the range on the co-pilot side so we can see that as well. About 100 or about 200 miles maybe from top of descent. So Clueless is saying, do you ever run a manned ATC? I have mentioned in the past a group on Discord called My Air. That's exactly what they do. There's a group of them that meet up twice a week on the internet. This is how I got into it. This is how I got into doing IFR flights with the big jets, was with My Air. Because my dad was a member before I was, for a long time. There's a group of them. They aren't so numerous as they were once upon a time. There's probably about 7 or 8 of them, typically. And they meet up on Discord, and one of them, or maybe more than one of them if there's enough doing it, will be the ATC for the evening, and they separate the sections, if they're doing it that way, into channels in Discord, voice channels. So when they are, handing you off to another controller, you're just switching to a different voice channel in Discord. But it's all human. Yeah. So you're talking to a real person. If there's not enough people to do it, they'll just have one person.
United 1092 with you now, flight level 350.
They'll just have one person wearing all of the ATC hats if there's not enough. So then you'll, be doing the handoff to the same person, essentially.
Virtual 73 Edmonton Center, contact Vancouver Center on 133.6.
But if you're interested in getting into doing ATC, the great thing about My Air is they're very relaxed. So it's not as strict as, going online with IVAO or VATSIM or any of the others. But it's good in that you can ask questions, have things explained. But they would, if you do want to go and explore My Air and go and join their Discord server, the most important thing if you're joining one of their group flights is please know how your aeroplane works. Because there's nothing like being in the rest of the group waiting for somebody to have how their aeroplane works explained to them. ATC is a whole different thing. Then they'll explain that, and it's not complicated. So Ben is saying he's a beginner, not sure if he should get Say Intentions or Beyond ATC. Try them. There's free trials of both. Also, opinions on the fly-by-wire versus the Inibuilds. The fly-by-wire is better, but it's not available for 2024 yet. So if you're running 2020, fly-by-wire is great. The Inibuilds version 2 is okay. It still has some bugs.
Virtual 73 Edmonton Center, expect a Canuck 5 arrival. Descent coming up in about 20 minutes.
Copy that. Expecting the Canuck 5 arrival. Descent in 20 minutes. Virtual 073. So 160 miles. Running, what are we running at? 400 knots, something like that. So yeah, about 20 minutes until we get to it. That makes sense. Getting closer. we doing for time? What is the time? 11:30 in the evening, yeah. This flight's taking quite a lot longer than I thought.
Virtual 073, contact Vancouver Center on 133.6.
Contacting Vancouver Center 133.6, virtual 073. Good day. Vancouver Center, virtual 073 with you, flight level 360 en route to Vancouver as filed.
Vancouver Center identified. Good afternoon.
There we go.
Air Canada Tree 22. Descend and maintain flight level 230.
So yeah, clueless. I'm afraid so. My air uses transmitter.
Air Canada Tree 22. Descend and maintain flight level 200.
Descend and maintain flight level 200, Air Canada 3.
That being said, I'm going to have a word with Say Intentions, especially with regard to their Skynet offering. As far as I understand, Skynet is free. Now, if Say Intentions were to offer the data feed of people's locations that are using Say Intentions, then it could be used to generate what's called a WhatsApp file that LittleNavMap can read. Or, if Say Intentions were to implement a map within the client. It would be better though if they did a data feed that then software such as LittleNavMap can absorb, because then the controllers can use that to see where people are in real time. And the advantage of something like LittleNavMap is you can draw range rings on it, you can draw lines, which helps ATCs enormously. So let's bring the range of this down again. So top of descent's in about 140 miles. But the huge advantage of the likes of either Beyond ATC or Say Intentions is you can fly when you like, where you like, and you're always going to get ATC coverage at every step of along the way. The other trick it does is caches recent people sharing. If I've chosen to share my audio, so they cache it at their end. So even if there's nobody flying nearby around where you are, now and again they'll play one of the cached conversations to make it seem more lively than it is, or the airspace is more populous than it really is. You can turn it off if you don't want it to do that, but it just gives the airspace some chatter going on. So even if there's nobody flying in a given area, it will sound as if that there is. It can even make up conversations if you switch that on. I've got it switched off. So even if it's got nobody cached in the recent past flying through the area, you can switch it on so it starts inventing conversations going on. I can show you where that is actually. If you go into Say Intentions and click on the cog. I put a link to Say Intentions, by the way, in the notes of the video, which you can go and sign up via to go and get your free trial. If you come in here, where is it? So this is the new preview features around sequencing. Also, we can do co-pilot checklists, so you can talk to the co-pilot. So they can read the checklist out, and you can confirm that you've done each thing, and then they'll read the next thing out. So you can see here, look, launching to everyone in April. I've got early access to it. It's going to be fantastic. Where are we looking at? Multiplayer. So yeah, share my audio. I've got switched on, so I don't mind other people hearing what I've been broadcasting. Pre-recorded AI-generated canned conversations. Or I can turn on Multiplayer Global. Hear other pilots anywhere in the world who are talking to the same controller type. So if I was to turn on all the options, we'd have pretty much a continual stream of conversation. Very good. So Sam is saying, random question, what happened to the group flight live streams that you used to do every Sunday? Did Virtual Flight Online kind of fall off? No. Virtual Flight has proliferated. I just don't have the time. I really struggle to make it to group flights on an evening. I don't know if you've ever noticed, my flights, if I live stream, it tends to be quite late. So yeah, it's just life got in the way. So Virtual Flight is a fantastic community. Virtual Flight Online, if you can search it on the internet, if you search for Virtual Flight Online, you'll find the links to the Discord server. I am still the administrator, but made the wise decision quite early on. I never wanted it to be about me. Virtual Flight Online was a community. It was always intended to be a community for people to go fly together. And that's exactly what it has turned into. So there are a group of moderators. They're pretty much self-managing, and that was always the idea. I didn't want it to be mine, and it shouldn't be seen as mine, even though I started it. It was always to, I could be the man with the spanners, but I really don't mind. And I encouraged it for a long time for people to plan and organise their own flights, and it's been happening. It's taken a long time for the community to step up and for people to get enough courage to go and plan their own flights, but it is happening, which I think is fantastic. So it does mean now there's enough members. There's several thousand members over at Virtual Flight Online, and a few of them regularly plan flights. So it does mean that wherever you are in the world, you can typically find during the week a time when you can go and jump onto one of the group flights. And yes, it's true, they still do like the Sunday night and the I think there's a Monday flight as well, but the Sunday night flights can often have 50-60 people flying together. It's crazy. So Ben's asking the nature of how this works. Okay, let me step through it. If I'm flying along with multiplayer in Flight Simulator with human controllers, then they're obviously going to be talking to the people that I can see around me in the sky. So say you're doing a group flight on a Discord server, for example, that's how that works. You join the same server in the sim so you can see each other and you can hear each other on Discord. If you're doing that with, say, intentions, if you are among several other people in the sky at the same time and you're talking to the controllers, you will hear each other talking to the controllers, and you'll hear the controllers talking back to each of you, just as it would in the real world. There's a few seconds delay between you actually talking and other people hearing you talk, but it's good enough. But where Say Intentions has filled the dead space then, so say you're the only person in an area using Say Intentions, they cache the recent past. So while you're flying along, you could hear flights nearby that are no longer there, but it makes it seem to you that the airspace is a bit busier than it really is. And again, you can turn it off if you don't like that happening. So it's literally just to make the radio sound busy. But you can go even one further than that, and you can ask Say Intentions, okay, can you just make up some conversation in the background? And it's so good at different accents and different, ways of speaking that it can do that seamlessly. So you'll hear a continual chatter on the radio. Even though there's actually nobody there. Where it's getting really good is the Skynet option. So say you've got friends that are using 2020 and you're on 2024, or the other way around. If you're using say intentions, you can play multiplayer together and see each other in the sim. You turn the multiplayer off in the sim because it doesn't need it, and you turn on Skynet in say intentions and you can see each other. And you can hear each other talking to ATC. But Skynet isn't being officially launched until next month. It's in development at the moment. I tried it with my dad in private last weekend. And, oh sorry, was it last weekend? I can't even remember. I think it may have been yesterday morning actually. It's been one of those sort of weekends. And it worked really, really well. We were stunned. Oh no, sorry, it wasn't then. It was Thursday night, I think. We tried it anyway, but it worked really, really well. We both turned multiplayer off. We both had say intentions running, and we turned on Skynet, and we both appeared in front of each other. So Sam is saying, do you think Flight Sim 2024 is the future of flight simulation, even given the horrible launch of the sim? Yes. It wasn't a problem with the simulator. Nobody seems to realise that. The launch problem was nothing to do with the simulator. It was a network issue. There's a thing called a content delivery network, and it had been misconfigured. So the way the data from the cloud makes it to the simulator is via this grid called a content delivery network, or CDN. And it had been misconfigured for the flight simulator data, and that's what caused the problem. There was never a problem with the simulator itself. It was the infrastructure that had the problem. Okay, we're getting fairly close, about 70 miles out from top of descent. So let's go and have a look at this Canuck 5 approach.
Vancouver Center, good evening. Learjet Golf Tango Juliet Sierra, flight level 220.
Learjet Golf Tango Juliet Sierra, Vancouver Center, identified. Good evening.
I've never installed GSX. I'm just reading Ben's comments there asking if it's any good. I've seen it. Some of my friends have got it, and it always makes me smile from ear to ear, because you get people walking across the tarmac out to the plane, you get people walking into the cabin and sitting down. When you land, you can see them getting up out of their seats and walking back out of the aeroplane and out, you know, through the jet bridge or whatever. It's brilliant fun to watch, and you get a real variety of different people. But I've not actually ever bought it myself, never installed it. One day I'll do a video on it. I'll go buy a copy. I do know you need to faff around with it a bit to install profiles for the specific airport you've got to make it work properly. So there is a lot, you know, there's matching up GSX's profiles to your scenery to make sure that you haven't got people walking through walls or things like that. But when it works, it looks stunning. It's very, very clever. As I said, I've watched some of my friends using it, and it was just, the smile was just, yeah, it's brilliant. When it works well, it's brilliant. Of course, when it doesn't work well, it's quite comical. So we needed to descend to flight level, below 210 at Vitek. One of the interesting things you can see in here, if we open up LittleNavMap before we get there, so we've got a couple of minutes to go and look at this. You can switch on LittleNavMap, can read all this data from this SID and the star. So we can see the star, look, the Canuck 5 star is here. And you can see, look, below 21,000 feet by the time we get to Vitev, or Vitev, however you want to pronounce it. And then above 10,000, below 14,000 at Lani. So we actually want to get below 21,000 feet. That's our first constraint. So to help you understand that in the aircraft, you can turn on constraints up here, and you can see it's just rendering it in over there. It's just out of view at the moment. But we can also see that obviously on the legs page. So if you press flight plan, and you can see it in here, and you will see stars next to restrictions. So look at Vitev. So it's going to come through at 17,000 feet. But the star basically means there is a constraint here. Then you've got Lani, look. It's coming through at 13,000 feet. And if we go further on, you can see it's dropping the speed, look at Vinlow to 210 knots. It's going, there's a 3,000 foot constraint at Tavpi just before we come in on approach.
Vancouver Center, Duke 28 Hotel Delta with you at 21,800, climbing flight level 250.
So thanks ever so much for the comments there, Sam, much appreciated. All I'm really doing is sharing what I learn as I learn it. I will never claim to be an expert at any of this stuff. Obviously there are the professional pilots out there that are brilliant and are inspirations to all of us. You know, like, was it A330 driver, I think he's called these days? Or, there's all sorts of people out there, but they're fantastic resources of information. And I, particularly with A330 driver, the small videos he puts out about small details of, you know, how certain bits of avionics work are just brilliant. So I probably bridge the middle ground a bit, that, you know, I'm not a professional pilot, so I'm an enthusiast just sharing what I've learnt so far and showing off, you know, what's new in the sim or what scenery is available or having a fly around somewhere just to have a look and just having fun with the simulator. That's all I'm really aiming to do. And obviously writing up the procedures. I started writing up the procedures for my own use. They were to help me, and then a few friends had copies of them, and then it just exploded from there. So just looking at Clueless's comment there again, thank you very much for the compliment there, but I don't retain the information. That's why I write the procedures and the notes down. Okay, there's the operational side of doing things, but that's just your general interest in doing it, isn't it? The more you do something, the more you learn about it. The wind's just changed, doesn't it? Look, we've got 85 knot crosswind, look at that. So what's the wind doing down on the ground? Should we go and check if we are... I mean, our flight plan brings us in this side. What would be an easy way to do it? If we just hover over Vancouver, get the pop-up. There we go, 266 knots. Oh, it's right on the limit of being the wrong direction. Well, that's quite scary. So we're going to have a tailwind on landing. My word. That wasn't the case a couple of hours ago. So the wind has turned around. I wonder if Say Intentions could actually ask us to change our plans. That's something my air sometimes does, just, you know, for a bit of fun. the weather can change, and during the flight, and my air will actively, communicate to the pilots, okay, the active runway for arrivals at whatever airport is changing. We are going to be, can we, vector everybody to a nearby VOR, maybe put everybody in a hold, and then vector them in. And they'll do all sorts of things, or change the start, or whatever it is. And that's the great thing about a group like that. So if you've got a question about, how do I do that, or what should I do, then everybody will chip in and help you. Okay, I'm going to start descending. So we're descending to 21,000 feet initially.
Citation India Tango Charlie, request descent.
Citation Foxtrot India Tango. Charlie, Vancouver Center identified. Good afternoon.
So Foxtrot India Tango Charlie, request descent to 12,000.
So which controller are we talking to? We're talking to Vancouver Center. Vancouver Center, Virtual 073, beginning descent to flight level 210.
Virtual 073, descend via Canuck 5 into Vancouver.
Descending via Canuck 5 into Vancouver, 073. So you can see our descent profile. It's going at 1,000 feet a minute at the moment, so we are slightly ahead of the plan. Yeah, so there's the descent profile. So it will hold 1,000 feet a minute until it meets it. So you can see it doing it here, sort of. So it's going to get slightly below it, but then when we hit, so it's kind of cutting the corner off, if that makes sense. When we get past the top of descent, it will increase the descent rate, but it won't do it until we meet the descent profile. That, if we descended a little bit later, it doesn't really matter. I'm just getting us a little bit ahead of the game. So let's go and double check the weather. Should we put the charts up? So we've got then we can have this right here. So Lanny, 14,000 feet. So here we go, look, we're about to meet we're coming down at 1,000, look, it's just increasing it. So we're meeting the descent profile now. You need to keep an eye up here in case, based on we've got a bit of a headwind, so it shouldn't be a problem. But sometimes if you've got a tailwind, the aeroplane won't be able to descend as fast as the profile if the weather's changed, for example. So you might have to go and use the spoilers to help it maintain the descent profile. Liam's asking if we have any terrorists on board. I don't think so. Should we go and turn off the labels for other people so they don't get in our way as we come into Vancouver? So we need to change the transition altitude, the barometric pressure. So look, you can see a transition level 180, same as the US. And it wants the system set in inches.
Vancouver Center on
but I'm not going to, I'm going to continue with hectopascals.
Start our descent via the Hope 5 for the RNAV Yankee 25 into Abbotsford, altimeter 298. 6, Tango Juliet Sierra. Vancouver Center on 135.0, Tango Juliet Sierra.
So yeah, here we go. Look, the constraints are showing up. Now we're at an appropriate zoom level to show them. So we're aiming for 210 at Vitev and between 14,000 and 10,000 at Lani. So we could set this straight to 3,000 and just let the profile manage going down through the constraints, and it will meet them. Just keep an eye here if it starts warning us about not being able to slow down enough. But it should figure that out by knowing about the wind and knowing obviously the performance of the aeroplane. It will figure out doing decelerations as part of the plan. So let's bring that map down again so it doesn't get too cluttered. And you can see here's the profile and we're on it, so the green dot's in the middle of the altitude ribbon. That's all looking fine as well. So let's go and turn that engine display off and show the summary, because if we want, you know, we've got the better chance of seeing anything awry if that's the case. So we'll be looking to switch over to the Vancouver barometric pressure. So let's go and look that up again just to make sure. We'll just update the data here. There's Vancouver, and you can see us coming up towards Booth at the moment, dropping towards 210 as we go. And 30.10 or 1019 hectopascals. We're getting there. Who are we talking to at the moment? Vancouver Centre. I imagine they'll put us onto approach. In the near future. What do they have? Oh, it's not telling us about Vancouver at the moment. It's showing Hope Airport, which is regional. It just shows you nearby airports on the little panel. But you could, for example, pull up information on Vancouver and show the comm frequencies. So yeah, it's got approach, it's got clearance delivery, departure control, ground control, tower. Lots of frequencies available. Let's shorten this up then. Should be able to see us. There we are, just out of view. Coming in. Let's go and turn the sectors off. No point having them on anymore. Keep an eye on the profile. It's looking good. Should we go and make sure the head tracking is working nicely before we get onto finals, which is when I would normally switch over to use it. It's looking good, isn't it? Descending into the cloud. Almost see the ground clearly as we are coming down. So here we go, we're just breaking out of the cloud look.
Virtual 073, contact Vancouver Center on 133.7.
Contacting Vancouver Center 133.7, virtual 073. Hasn't picked that up again, look.
Virtual 073 identified. Good evening.
They asked for 133.7, didn't they? Vancouver Center, virtual 073 with you, descending on the Canuck 5 arrival into Vancouver. Is it working? Vancouver Center, do you copy? I think it's gone wrong, hasn't it?
Roger, I copy your last transmission.
Good. I thought they hadn't copied us then for a moment. So let's have a look. So we're below 210, 21,000 feet, and we're coming down. We are. Oh, we've blown the QNH 99. We want 1019. It's quite a difference. Look, that would have made a significant difference.
Contact Vancouver approach on 128.175.
So it's aviate, communicate, aviate, navigate, communicate. So we do what we're doing first, which is made worse in the simulator. Contacting Vancouver approach 128.175, virtual 073. Has it done it? 128.175. No, it hasn't. 128.175. I'll turn head tracking off because it's now being a hindrance. Vancouver approach, virtual 073 with you, descending to 3,000 feet on the Canuck 5 arrival into Vancouver.
Virtual 73 Heavy, Vancouver approach identified. Good evening, Vancouver altimeter 30.09er, expect the ILS runway 8 right approach into Vancouver.
Expecting the ILS runway 8 right approach into Vancouver, virtual 073, thank you. So let's have a look around and see what's going on. We're still on the descent profile. The aircraft's just decelerating at the moment. We could help it do that if we need to. actually see the bay down there now. Look, there's Vancouver. Do you see it underneath the blanket of horrid clouds? How long until landing, Liam is asking. About, I don't know, 5 minutes? 10 minutes maybe? So it's saying at the top of the display here we're 4 miles from the next waypoint. You can see it on the display, look, we're about 40 miles from turning in towards the airport. And we're travelling at 230 knots. So there's the city of Vancouver spread out across the bay, just the other side of the centre pillar there. If I show you on a map, well, actually we can see it here. But if I show you on a map, we can see where we are on the map as well, which is always quite handy.
1360 and identing. Expecting runway 26 left for arrival.
So I'll show you that on our map. Here we go. So we're just coming down here, look. And we're descending through. The aeroplane's taking care of the descent for us. And we end up coming out this way, and then we turn and come in towards
altitude.
So we are just coming down towards 10,000 feet, at which point we turn on the landing lights. It's just general convention with commercial air traffic that they will have landing lights on below 10,000 feet. We've done the barometric pressure. So if we switch that to, if I can do it, 30.07, does that agree? 30.10 it's showing now. Let's just change that again. It's been changeable, hasn't it? Yes, 30.10. Same on the other side. Switch to inches instead of hectopascals. Inches tends to be a little bit more accurate, just because of the way that the decimals are done on it. So, well, it's funny, isn't it? Sorry. Parts of inches. Oh dear. Okay, let's go and bring the range down to 20 miles now. So we can see the constraints on the navigation display. So we've got to be above 10,000 at Basra, above 8,000 at Seabog. The aeroplane's already got itself down below 250 knots, which it would need to be doing for approach. Let's just go and check. The throttles are on the climb descent, which means auto throttle is operating. We've got the flap speeds over here, the never exceed speeds. So flaps 1, 260 knots, 1 plus F, 230 knots. So we're already below the never exceed for 1 plus F. Well, we're at that speed. Then flaps 2 at 219 knots and so on and so forth. So that gives you your guide as to when to introduce the flaps as well. So there's the airport. So let's go and sit up so we can see it. So we're going to go past it on the right, turn around and then come back in. We're on 8 left. So that's the runway we're going to be landing on. So then we'll be exiting right by the look of it. Should we have a look from outside? So after flying all the way from Halifax, we can now see Vancouver Airport right in front of us. So we're just following the STAR or Standard Terminal Arrival route. So let's go and We don't really need this map anymore. I was just going to say, I wonder if we should put the 8 left ILS on.
Canadian Regional 3221, Vancouver approach, contact Seattle Center on 125.1.
Seattle Center 125.1, Canadian Regional 3221. See ya.
So there's the ILS chart for 8 left. So we can also go and check. If we go to the nav radios, so it's saying for the ILS 109.5, 84 degrees on the course, and it's a 3-degree glide slope. So let's go and have a look. 109.5. Oh, we've got 8 right, sorry, not 8 left. So I've got the wrong chart up over here. We want 8 right, don't we? So ILS or localizer 8 right. There it is. Okay, so we're gliding down this side. Let's go and keep an eye on the descent profile. It's still looking good without having to intervene with spoilers or flaps. It's holding 250 knots. The wind has calmed down considerably. It's down to 12 knots, but it's still the wrong way for us. But it may be even lower at lower altitude, I should say. We're still at 8,000 feet, remember. So we need to get the landing lights on. We're now below 10,000 feet. So let's have a look. So there's the very bright landing lights. So we're landing that side. I made a mistake earlier thinking it was this one. It's 8 right. So once we turn the corner, we're going to let this turn the corner on its own. In the real world, as I said, this is not part of the flight plan. This would have been vectors. So we would have carried on until we got instruction to turn back. It would be something worth trying with, say, intentions to see what it does in that situation. I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm just going to let it turn. So we're coming down to 7,000. We're falling behind the profile slightly, look, but it's trying to catch up. So let's go and give it. It's because it's falling behind, look, it's lifted the nose to slow down. So we're going to go to flaps 1 very soon. In fact, we're going to do it now. Okay, so remove the spoilers, and that's, you can see that the flaps have extended, and that's reduced our maximum speed on the indicated airspeed ribbon. We're still below where we want to be, so we'll help it with spoilers to come down. So 220 knots would be our flap 2 maximum speed. So we could go flaps 2 now. So I'm doing it. Notice it's gone solid. Flaps are extending to flaps 2. They've done it already. They're quite quick once they've extended a little bit. Let's reduce the range on 10 to 10 miles now on the display. The wind is slowing down the lower we get, so it's down to 9 knots now. It's usually about 8 knots is the limit, I think. You'd have to look it up in the pilot operating handbook.
073, descend altitude 4,000, turn right heading 285 vectors for the ILS runway 8 right approach.
Descend 4,000, turn right heading 285 vectors for ILS runway 8 right approach, virtual 073. So we need to turn right to 285, which is not what they've told us there. So and they want us at 4,000 as well. So we're just going to follow instructions then. So we've gone away from their instruction. Oh, sorry, from the flight plan. We're following... So what are they going to do? 285.
073, turn right, heading 280.
Turning right 280, virtual 073. So when we pull the knob towards us by clicking the bottom half, we're saying do what we say, not what the aeroplane wants to do. So we're on heading mode, or selected heading mode now. And we're coming down to 4,000 feet, which is what we've been told to do.
Virtual 073 heavy, 5 miles from bubble. Turn left, heading 170, descend altitude 3,000 until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 8 right approach.
Turning left at 170, descending 3,000 feet until on ILS localizer 073. So what are they doing? 170 will bring us straight back this way. That was a strange vector. We had already started turning. We shouldn't have started turning. That's what really happened. They were probably vectoring away that way to give more turning circle. But we're going slowly enough, look, that we can turn in easily. So we're going to turn further than they want, because we want to go and pick... We don't want to have too sharp an angle. We're coming in for bubble, yep. Which is what they said, remember? Which will give us the vector in. So we're just making the line to come through bubble. And then if we go and change over to landing system now, we can see there's the localizer is showing up. Let's go and reduce the range on this side, so we can see everything. So let's get the gear down. Put the nose wheel lights on. So we're not close enough to pick up the localizer yet. Sorry, the glide slope. I'll say the right thing eventually. So you can see there's the...
073. Contact Vancouver Tower on 125.65. Whiskey Yankee Quebec, turn left heading 280.
Contacting Vancouver Tower 125.65, virtual 073. Vancouver Tower, virtual 073 with you on approach, runway 8 right.
Virtual 73 heavy, Vancouver Tower, winds 135 at 8, runway 8 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 8 right, copy weather, virtual 073. Ooh, we've got a fuel low warning. How can we clear it? I'm not sure what buttons you use to change that. Can we just clear it down here? We're nearly landed anyway. It's because of the center pumps, I think. So if we go and turn the center pumps off. Well, I thought we did it itself in this aeroplane. Anyway, it should be fine. I don't want to fuss around with trying to clear the message. So here comes the glide slope, by the way. So there's the runway directly in front of us. We've got approach mode engaged. We're coming in from below the glide slope, so it should start descending all on its own. We've still got managed speed mode. So there we go. It's going to slow us right down now. So flaps 3 can come in at 206 knots, which we've got. And full flaps can come in at 190 knots, 192, so that was the marker there for it. So we can go full flaps.
2,500.
So the plane's coming in fully automatic. You can see it from outside. We've been given clearance to land. Yeah, the tower ATCs on arrival will talk quickly. So it's trying to get us down to 140 knots. Obviously now the flaps are out, we're nice and draggy, so the plane is slowing down nicely on its own. So we've got land 3 signal at the moment, single, sorry. We can go and turn on both autopilots on the landing system and it will go to dual. And that may well then give us landing or flare mode, land 3 dual, yeah. So it will engage flare mode automatically if we let it, or we can fly it in ourselves. So should we actually go fly? So I'm going to turn off the autopilots. It's fine. I have control. Let's give the wings a waggle. We'll leave the auto throttle on. So we're just going to keep an eye on the glide slope. So let's straighten this up. Turn head tracking on. So we're going off to the left, as you can see. So we're going to bring ourselves back to the right. We've got a crosswind from the right at 7 knots. So the wind's turned again, look, it's not behind us anymore. It's swirling.
1,000.
So we're going a little bit low. You can see that here. So we just lift the nose gently. And now we're off to the right, where the wind is manoeuvring us around a little bit. And there's a plane pulling onto the runway. It'll be an AI plane. I've got the AI traffic turned on. So this is Sod's Law. This is like the ice cream vans that try to run into you on the taxiways, isn't it? So we're just going to guide it down the glide slope. You can see the PAPI lights agree with the glide slope.
500. 400. 300.
Going a little bit low. Hands on the throttles, ready to go for reverse 200. When we get down.
$100.
Great, he's going to time it to accelerate. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a human doing 50. That on purpose, because they realised I'm on multiplayer.
40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
So I've gone full reverse. That was an AI plane. It was just unlucky. I'll go for the next exit. There was no way we were going to make that one. Okay, high-speed exit coming up. And we should prepare to stop when we get to the line to talk to ground. Or just the other side of the line anyway. Tower Virtual 073, clear of active runway. It should give us clearance to go and talk to ground. We're on Vancouver now.
Virtual 073, taxi to parking via taxiway Alpha, Bravo. Monitor ground on 121.7.
Taxi to parking via Alpha, Bravo, monitor ground 121.7, Virtual 073. Let's go and That's interesting that the tower gave us taxi instructions. Let's go and pull up the actual airport information. Oh, they wanted us off the other side. So they wanted us to taxi. We'll ask ground for further information. Alpha and Bravo. They didn't tell us which side to exit, did they? I'm not seeing a Bravo. I'm seeing an Alpha. Maybe I'm being blind. Anyway, let's ask.
Bravo 1313, contact departure.
Let's ask ground for instructions.
126.125, Charlie Bob 170, thank you, goodbye.
So what's the actual location we're parked at? D3, Delta 3.
285, contact departure.
Vancouver ground, virtual 073 at Delta 3, requesting taxi to terminals.
Virtual 073, taxi to 3 via Delta 3, Delta Hotel, Juliet, Juliet Alpha. Have a good day.
Juliet. So yeah, Hotel Juliet. Okay. So let's go and read that back to them. Taxi via Delta 3, Delta Hotel Juliet, Juliet Alpha. Good day. So where's Juliet Alpha? Over here. Okay, so we've got to go around, turn left, follow Hotel, then Juliet, over to Juliet Alpha. So then we can park in the other side. Okay, let's go for a taxi. So we need to go and, before we do that, turn the strobes back to auto. I'm going to turn head tracking off. It's going to be an absolute so-and-so to us. I forgot the switches are reversed. Landing lights off. Taxi light goes back to taxi, and then we start. We're already moving. Look, I took the brakes off, and this is where head tracking becomes really useful. So we've just got to find our way around to the terminal now. So as you saw there, say intention sometimes gets things a little bit screwy with taxi instructions, but it gets better all the time. So we'll carry on along here. So we carry on until the second right, and that takes us on to hotel. We should see the signage, although this is, I think this is a stock airport looking at the buildings, so it may not be the most detailed in the world. I ought to go and get a copy of Vancouver, didn't I? So we're just coming past the Echo. Oh yeah, they have got signage. Good. So you'll see the sign when we get close. So this is Echo, hopefully. Yep, you can see it's Echo. Yeah, and look, it's got the crazy lights because it's not a high fidelity version of an airport. It's been built by AI. So this should be the hotel turn off, except there's no sign there for it at the moment, which is great. This is the problem with the AI ones sometimes. So we go hotel until we get to Juliet, which is the next right turn. So this is Golf. Again, no signage, which is not useful. And Juliet is the next right. Although that looks like... Oh, we missed it. That was the one. Yeah, so, okay, we'll double back on the next turn. So it should have been this one across here, look. And then round the back. So up here to Juliet Alpha. I wonder if we ought to keep away from that area. Stay on the yellow lines. They didn't tell us a particular gate, did they? There are the gates. Just going to double check that. No. Quite often it will give you a very specific gate. I'm guessing this airport just isn't good enough for it to do that. Or this version of the airport. So we'll just taxi down until we find a space. There's one. We'll go over there because there's no aeroplane in it. That's our entire reasoning. Oh, watch the wing. Clang. That's left some rubber on the ground around there, look. Very cool. We'll ignore the truck that's been parked haphazardly in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it did this to us earlier, didn't it? It doesn't like... There's obviously a bug there somewhere. So we want to go to ground and give ourselves a GPU. We put the parking brake on.
American 2450, contact departure. Going to departure, American 2450.
We'll go to external power.
Carson 811, contact departure.
And then we can...
Contact departure, Carson 811.
Pull the engines. We can turn the taxi light off. Oops, wrong one. All of these lights can go off now. Oh, I came in with the seatbelt sign off. I'm always doing that. It's a really bad habit. So don't do as I do, do as I say. Fuel tanks. Turn the pumps off. Turn the oxygen off. Do we have any way of controlling deboarding yet in this aeroplane? I don't think we do. It would be in the load sheet, I guess. Yeah, I don't think they've got like a deboard type fun and games option. Obviously it's now complaining that we've done lots of things to it which it doesn't like. Let's go and turn off the inertial navigation system. I think we're pretty much there. So it'll just be a case of coming off the... Oh, now we've got the engines off. It will probably allow us to go and connect the jetway. And here it comes. So that means we can undo the door. We may even be able to do that by hand. Let me have a look. So if we go 7, move around in the cockpit, make ourselves a bit taller again, and go and operate the door. I don't sure if, oh no, it's already undone it. It's done it automatically. So there's the jetway. I don't know if this has got anything inside it. Obviously, it's the simple version of the airport. It's not going to have the fancy jetways with the control panels like the real ones. But it already opened the door for us. What else can we do? Luggage and catering. We'll open the forward cargo, the bulk cargo, the avionics bay. There we go. Just going to start loading bags, or unloading bags even. If you had GSX, this would look a lot better. So here comes the... It's all happening a bit backwards. You want the bags to come down and back onto the trolleys, don't you? It's a monster of an aeroplane, isn't it? Even compared to some... The MD-11 is quite big. But it even makes that look little. There's an A310 over there. Look, they're quite big, and it makes it look little. And look at the tiny little 737 over there.
Contact departure.
Anyway.
On 128.175, Delta 1234, good day.
Hopefully you've enjoyed that today. So that was a look at...
on 126.125.
That was a good look at Say Intentions and the Inibuilds A330 in flight, so A350 even in Flight Simulator. And we also looked at, along the way, Navigraph charts. I'm going to close all these things down slowly as we look at them. We looked at LittleNavMap along the way, which is free. Obviously we were using OBS to transmit the flight. But yeah, the real star of the show today was the A350. I guess, and Say Intentions, which worked really nicely. It was a good sign to me that when we got to the vectors for the final, it did start throwing vectors at us, so we should never have left that autopilot on at that last moment. We should have gone to selected heading to maintain the direction. So yeah, it was all good fun. And on the whole, we saw some little bits of glitches here and there, but nothing that broke the sim. So we saw some display glitches like that when you came back into the cockpit from externally. So I'm sure Inibuilds know about that, and they'll be able to fix that fairly soon. So the last few things for us to do then with the aeroplane is go and disconnect the GPU from the aeroplane, which is going to lose us some power around the aeroplane, and then we'll go and turn the batteries off and it will go cold and dark. And there it goes. Flat as a pancake. Right. See you all again soon. Thank you ever so much for watching. Please do go subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. Like the video. If you click the bell in the top corner of YouTube, it will tell you when I am online. So I'm going to go and post this on my blog now. So if you've not seen it, John Beckett's inibuildsairbus.substack.com. There is a blog. You can subscribe for free and you will get emails whenever I post anything. So whenever I do a video on YouTube, I then immediately post it on the blog and an email goes out to everybody. Okay, see you again soon. Take care.